Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Shoot Extraordinary. Hopefully, you guys can all hear me. We'll do a quick check-in with you guys, make sure everyone can hear me. If you can, please in the chat, just let me know where you are watching from. Absolutely phenomenal to see so many of you early this morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have folks from Indianapolis. Oh, that's wild. I'm from Indianapolis. New Jersey, St. Louis, Michigan, Minneapolis. I saw France, Italy, um, Connecticut. Wow, incredible. You guys are from Bucharest. Wow, that's unbelievable. Massachusetts, Denmark. Some of you guys, it's first thing in the morning. Some of you guys, it's late at night. But thank you so much and welcome to the conference. I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes telling you a little bit about who I am and a bit about Lynn's baby. If you don't know, a couple of housekeeping things as we get started this morning. One, you guys are open to chat and communicate at any time that you want to in the chat. As you go through the day with us, which is going to be a full action-packed day with many speakers and presenters teaching you all kinds of concepts and ideas about not only Lens Baby, but photography. Use the chat to interact, use the chat to connect with each other, use the chat for all kinds of things. If you have questions, there is a Q&A button, and I want you to make sure that you put all of your questions in the Q&A. Okay, this is very important because they're going to get lost in the chat, but if we make sure that we have them in the Q&A, we're going to know where they are. And so that will be something that we will address at the end of each session, except for a couple, which luckily we have are pre-recorded because we had some amazing speakers do some pre-recordings for us. As for today's recording itself, this is being recorded. It's also being live streamed over onto our YouTube channel right now as well. And so as soon as today is done, you can go right to YouTube and watch this again, which is very exciting. So I am Michael Anthony. I am the vice president here at Lynn's Baby. And my job and my role here is to make sure to educate not only the Lynn's Baby audience, which are you guys, but also I'm a photographer. And so I get to be behind the scenes, testing products, shooting, meeting people, doing all the cool things that one might do with a photography company. And I've been a photographer for almost 30 years now, believe it or not. I got my first camera put in my hand, a Canon AE1, when I was just only 10 years old, which was one of those things that to this day, it holds an amazing, amazing place in my heart because without that camera, I probably would not be here with you today. And so fast forward a long time, I end up becoming a international award-winning wedding photographer, believe it or not. And I did that for a very long time before accidentally finding Lynn's Baby and the Lynn's Baby Spark when I was early on in my career. Never would have known, fast forward at that point about 6 years, that I would end up, actually a little bit longer, it's actually closer to 9 years, that I would end up coming to work for Lynn's Baby. I just happened to have moved to Portland, Oregon, which is the home of Lynn's Baby, if you guys do not know this. And around the corner, I saw the Lynn's Baby warehouse. And I was like, is that the same place? You know, if you had those moments, you're like, is that the same place? And so I go online just out of pure curiosity. I was like, oh, I wonder if they're hiring because I always wanted to work for a photography company. Sure enough, 10 years later, here I am with you amazing people. And one of the things that I love about Lynn's Baby and what we get to do is that we get to do something different from all the other camera and photography companies. Whereas everyone else in the world is creating photos and images that, let's be honest, kind of look the same, we get to do something very fun and unique because we tend to stick into the creative side of photography. When we think about what it means to shoot with Lynn's Baby, what we're really doing more so than anything is we're creating products that hopefully help you to take whatever's in your head. Because, like, as artists and creatives, let's be honest, we're a little bit weird. We have all these visions and ideas. We write stuff down. We're like, we can't seem to make this happen. And with Lynn's Baby, we get to make that happen. And that's one of my favorite things about what it is that we get to do is we get to empower ourselves as photographers and all of you as photographers to shoot extraordinary. This idea I'm going to share a little bit about with you for Shoot Extraordinary came from looking at photography and just thinking about how incredible some of the work is that people show us that use our lenses and products, whether it's our Velvet series or Omni, our Souls, or even some of the older products like the 3G or the Muse, things that we don't carry any longer because they're outdated. And now we call them antique lens babies. To be able to watch and witness the creations of photographers is why we do what we do. When we think about really at the end of the day, what it's about for us, it's about empowering photographers to have the trust in themselves to go put out work that is different than everyone else's. And that's one of the cool things that you're going to see today is you're going to see photographers who put out work that is so different than most of the work that we see put out in the world. And the reality is like as photographers, there's no right or wrong, right? And so we're not here to cast judgment or say we do it right or we do it like the way that it should be. We just do it differently. And we do it in a way that is for people like you who see the world through this different scope. The original tagline of the company for a very long time was see in a new way. And that was something that we carried as the flag for Lens Baby for a long time because it felt very true. And we were in a meeting. It was myself, the co-founder Craig Strong, and a couple of the other people of our team. Well, this must have been, it was either right at 2020 or right before 2020. Somewhere in that window, we started brainstorming and we started thinking about, okay, is the evolution of Lynn's baby something more than just see in a new way? Is there something here that is about further empowering photographers to do something special or different or unknown, or we were just throwing all these words at the board. When you sit in one of these meetings and you look at the photography and you come up with concepts and ideas, it's kind of like if you ever try to name a photo and a theme behind it, it might take you forever, or sometimes it might come to you. And for us, Shoot Extraordinary came. And we were like, well, what do we really do? We help photographers do what? And it was just like always this thing in the back of our head where it's like, what is it? What is it? What is it? Yes, we do the see in the new way thing, but there's something deeper here. And that depth comes because when we as photographers look at the work that you as photographers would show us, we would just think, yeah, it's so special and unique. And there's something here that is so phenomenal. No, it's not phenomenal. Outstanding. No, it's not outstanding. Great. No, it's not great. What is it? And we're like, oh, extraordinary. That's what it is. Like when we see the work of photographers like you and our speakers that you'll meet today, we always thought to ourselves, this is extraordinary. This is special. This is different. This is so beyond the scope of anything that you see with traditional, not traditional, but more commercial lenses, right? Because you have these major companies, and look, I love them. I use them. We all use everybody's stuff, but they don't do what Lens Baby does. Lens Baby gives you the ability to bend reality a little bit. Lens Baby gives you the ability to take the thing that you see in your head and put it in the back of your camera, whether you're using Omni or Composer Pro 2 with a suite or whatever it is that you love as a Lens Baby photographer, you get to use and create what it is that you love. I'm curious, before we get started, if you have Lens Baby, type in your favorite Lens Baby product into the chat. I would just love to know, because this is interactive today, by the way, guys. And one of the cool things is that as we are interacting with each other, we get to learn about each other. So I just want to, I know this is going to go fast, but we got lots of velvets. Oh, Burnside. Yes. You know what? I'm a huge fan of Burnside. Let's see, Double Glass 2, Twist 60, Trio Spark. I'm looking for like something hidden that maybe most people wouldn't say. We got Trio Velvet Fisheye. Ah, there we go. That's one. Yes, the fisheye, which man, if you guys ever got lucky enough to get your hands on a Lens Baby fisheye lens, wow, those things were amazing. Um, let's see, Velvet Trio Spark. Amazing. Thank you guys. And again, we want you to interact. We want you to be a part of this. And so when we think about photography and when we think about all of the amazing elements of the journey of photography, so much of it is about finding the thing that suits you. And you're going to hear stories today from photographers who maybe when they first picked up a lens baby lens or optic or accessory, they may not have known what to do with it originally. They may have gotten this because, let's be honest, if you guys shoot lens baby, you know sometimes you're like, man, this is a little bit difficult. But what comes with the difficulty and the challenge is something incredible that you might not have been able to get had you not been using lens baby. And you're going to hear stories about these photographers who initially maybe they were shooting in one style and they faced frustration. Just because I'm so curious, if you've ever been frustrated with Lens Baby, type yes in the chat. Just because I'm so curious, because I want to know. Because like I'm a yes, like I'm a capital yes, 10 exclamation point. Look at all these yeses. And look, and here's the truth about it. If it were easy, everyone would do it, right? You hear this all the time. If it were easy, everyone would do it. But the thing that comes with the knowledge of Lens Baby is it's not just you learning how to shoot a lens or an optic or something like the Omni, right? What it is it's you honing a craft. See, one of the things that most people don't understand about a lot of the products that we create, they're homage to the beginning of photography, like the Twist 60, like a Petzval lens, like the velvety ethereal experience of the velvet, right? Those harken back to the beginning of photography. And for many of us, I'm aging myself here, but now having been doing this for three-fourths literally of my adult life, what I can tell you is every time that I'm into the phase of learning, like we're going to be doing today, and then I go out into the field and I practice, which I'm going to encourage all of you to go do after, is that I take things away. I learn through the doing. And here's what's so interesting. In the beginning, how many of you, not yet, don't type yet, but how many of you has started with a Lens Baby product, felt massive frustration, and then over the course of days, weeks, sometimes months, you finally got that shot where you're like, this is what I was looking for. If that's you, type me in the chat, just because I'm so curious if anyone has had that experience where you're just like, this is making me nuts. And then you're like, oh my God, I got it. This is it. This is the thing. This is what I've been looking for. Yeah, absolutely. Right. So many of you. And for those of you who still might be in frustration land, which trust me, I understand, that's why we do the webinars. That's why we're here. Joe just said, I'm currently in the frustrated phase. Look, you're going to have a breakthrough. This is what happens. This is why we do these events. This is why every single day our amazing customer happiness team is out here to chat with you guys. It's why that we have countless videos on YouTube. Our entire library is available in our learning hub. We have so much information to continually help you all learn. And I find, because I'm very much a person who's a learner, I find that if I can come in here and sit in this space and do two things, all right, so here's what I'm going to challenge you guys to do. Two things that are very important. One, try not to be distracted by this thing today. All right. Try not to be distracted by this. Now, yes, there's a replay, but I want to encourage you to be present today, especially because you have access to the Q&A with the speakers. So you're going to be able to connect with them. Secondly, this is your best friend, your notebook, your journal, taking notes. And you can take notes on your phone too, but writing things down as you go today, you're going to pick up little things that are going to impact your photography, right? You're going to pick up little things that are going to change the way that you shoot. And so one of the things that I want you to know is the frustration is always right before the breakthrough. I promise you. You go look at anything that you've accomplished in your photography career, if you ever look at anything you've accomplished as a human being, right? Because sometimes I think we all can admit being human's a little hard, especially right now. We want to go and accomplish and create. But often we hit this wall where we're like, I can't seem to do the thing. Here's what I know, because Becoming a successful wedding photographer was unbelievably difficult. Becoming a successful vice president of photography business is unbelievably difficult. Whatever is in front of me next will also be unbelievably difficult. And that holds true for you guys as well. But guess what? This is the secret. I had a mentor teach me this. His name, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him. His name's Sal Sincata. If you know Sal, type yes in the chat. Just I'm curious if anybody happens to know who Sal is. So I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. So in 2010, I was in Indianapolis running my wedding photography business, and I kept running into these massive struggles. So now this is what, 10 years ago plus 15 years ago. Wow, where does the time go? This is nuts. I just aged myself in my own head. So this is 15 years ago. I'm in Indianapolis, and there's this guy named Sal Sincata, and I get the opportunity to go and meet him. And in meeting him, I was like, oh, this guy is building the thing that I want to build. And I knew one thing to be true. We should only learn from people who are doing the thing we're trying to do. Right. I think sometimes we get caught up and we're like learning from other people and we're like, well, you don't have the thing that I want. Sal did. He had this amazing wedding photography studio in O'Fallon, Illinois. And I was in Indianapolis. So I go out to O'Fallon and I meet and I jam with him. A little bit of time goes by, and he gets to do an online course at Creative Live. If any of you guys remember Creative Live, they were doing what we're doing before everyone was doing it. Nobody was doing this, by the way. I mean, what Chase Jarvis created with Creative Live was unbelievable and super special. So I get the opportunity to go and do I think, was it 5 day? It was 5 or 6 day live in person creative live boot camp for wedding photography with Sal Sincata. So we're at the event, and we're at dinner. I think we're at dinner the second or third night. And I'm sitting with Sal and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, dude, I am just struggling. Like, there is just something, I'm missing the mark. The business isn't working. The photography felt good. I was getting published, I was winning awards, but like the business wasn't working. And one of the things that happened is I realized two things this night. One, the quality of your questions will determine the quality of your life. This is one of those things that I can tell you that has carried more weight in my life than anything else I could ever tell another single human being. The quality of your questions will determine the quality of your life. And I realized as I was talking to Sal, I was like, I'm asking the wrong questions here. I'd been asking the wrong questions because I didn't know the right questions to ask. And so I sat with Sal and I said, what am I missing? And he broke down bit by bit by bit all of the things that in my head I was thinking about, but I could not articulate. That's one of the things that you guys are going to see today. So as you're in here and you're learning today and you're taking your notes and you're watching, get in the Q&A. Ask questions. Now, again, some of the videos are going to be pre-recorded, so the speaker won't be here, but we'll get the questions answered from them either way. We're going to do a follow-up with them. So that was one, like really being involved, being in the game, asking the right questions. The other thing that he and I talked about is patience. Patience, I, this is my personal opinion, by the way. I don't think patience is a virtue. I think patience is actually a skill. And the reason why I say that I think patience is a skill is because it is something that you hone and craft over time. Photography, especially lens baby photography, like this is a skill. You have to become a skilled practitioner of lens baby in order to create the art that you see so many of your peers create. And that only comes through time and practice. And so as I'm sitting here talking with Sal, talking about like, man, this really is not working for me, blah, blah, blah. He said something to me that still to this day just sits on me all the time. He goes, as long as you don't quit, you won't lose. And I thought to myself, and then again, this is 24, 25-year-old me, like head full of steam. I'm winning awards. Like I'm like a photographer, which was kind of nuts, all things considered. And And he goes, as long as you don't quit, you won't lose. And to this day, I think about that. So while you may feel frustration with using Lens Baby and have these days where you're like, I'm going to throw this thing out the window. I can't believe I bought this. What am I doing? I want to encourage you to not give up. I want to encourage you to not give up. I want to encourage you to keep coming in here and keep learning. I want to encourage you to ask for help. I want to encourage you to do all of the things that one would do if they wanted to master a skill, because that's what you're effectively doing here. You're mastering a skill. Photography, for many people, and if you can type it in like a word or two or three, I want you to type what photography means to you, because it's one of those things where you have to put some thought to it. For me, which I thought about this a lot over the years because I was a professional for a decade. I've been doing Lens Baby for 10 years. I was shooting my own stuff from a Canon AE1 at 10 years old. It's my life. And that's a really wild thought to have. Like sometimes I think about like all the amazing photographers that have come before me, and it's my life. It's the thing that drives me. And for all of you, I mean, joy, creativity, healing my soul. That Rita, I feel that one for sure. Therapy. Yeah, trust me. Something something about getting out into the world with a camera with my headphones on, listening to like 80s rock and 90s hip hop makes me like super happy. It's your voice, it's an escape, it's passion, it's entering another world. Yeah, guys, this is what it's about. So while I truly do, trust me, resonate with the fact that there are moments in time of pure frustration, I also find the joy in it. And that's why I wanted to do Shoot Extraordinary, to help photographers find the joy in Lens Baby. Because even though we have these experiences of like, okay, this isn't working, what am I doing wrong? It's still fun. And my hope is that it's fun for you. And I hope that not only is it fun for you, but it's something that you get to share with those around you, share with your family, share with your friends, share with your community. And in fact, I hope that next year, one of you is up here with us because I want to encourage your success as well. You know, as we look at the journey of what we're about to walk in today, again, I just want to encourage all of you to be present. Now, I know life happens. We are recording this. This will be available to watch later. It is on our YouTube streaming right now, which immediately after this, you'll be able to go into YouTube and you will be able to watch all the replay. Now, between each speaker, we're going to do quick breaks of about 10 minutes because guess what? We're humans. We're going to be sitting here a lot of the day. And I want you to get up and move your body, go grab some water. If you're like me, grab your eighth coffee because I decided to do this at 5 a.m. Pacific time because I'm crazy. And then I want you guys to all, as you go out through the course of the day, also make sure you hydrate and take notes. So when I think about so much of what's in front of us, I think that at the reason I love doing this towards the end of the year in the window that we're in right now is because it's going to help set us up for next year, right? For 2026. My hope is that this is going to inspire all of you to go and create new goals that are going to push you forward. For some of you, one of your goals may be, well, how do I become a Lens Baby trailblazer? For some of you, a goal may be, well, how do I teach a webinar for Lens Baby? For some of you, how do I do something special outside the norm with my Lens Baby products that I've always wanted to do, but I've struggled with? So in your journal, in your notebook, just whenever the inspiration sparks you today, I want you to write down a goal that you have as a photographer. And then we're going to come back to it. And I'm going to talk about this later today. But it's so important to have goals in photography. But more important than goals, which is something you're going to see from every one of the speakers today, they're going to talk to you about systems. Goals are going to get you to like being able to do the thing. On the day-to-day basis, however, systems are actually going to be what drives the accomplishment. So when you see some of the work of these photographers today, you are going to be shocked because I'm telling you, the work is so unbelievably good. As you see it, you're gonna be like, how did they do that? And I promise you, all of them had a goal in mind about this is the image that I see, this is what I want to create, this is what I want to build. All of them had a goal in mind, but what they had more than that, they had systems. They had a process. They had a rhythm and a rhyme in their day to day that allowed them to get to the point to create, to get to the point of understanding. To some of these amazing speakers, first and foremost, have every product that we have ever had, by the way. And they are proficient in all of them, but in some of them, they're masterful. And so, one of the things I would encourage you also, if there's a Lens Baby product that you're like, I want to master this, your systems are going to be the way that you become a master of a Lens Baby product. It's your systems. So when I look at it, well, what's a system mean? And I know you guys are like, what's this motivational talk on a Saturday at 8 a.m.? Trust me, this process only works when you come in every single day and you create the space to create. Okay. If you're taking notes, I want you to write this note down. Create the space to create. And the reason why I want you to create the space to create, because your calendar, all of us are busy. All of us, we have families, we have careers, we have other hobbies, we have our health to take care of, we have travel, we have whatever else is happening in our life. We all have these things. Your calendar has to become your best friend because you're going to have to create the time to go and create. One of the things that people come up to me a lot with is they go, I don't have time to photograph. I'm like, you don't have time? Bro, you just spent 97 minutes scrolling TikTok today. One of the things that we have to do self inventory. Okay. How many of you guys are guilty of the doom scroll? No shame. Just type yes in the chat because I'm one of them. I catch myself all the time. I'm like, yo, you are doom scrolling right now, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's been 36 minutes. Like, let's go. I actually downloaded an app and it's blocked. I can't even get on social media for most of the day. And I realized our phones are, this is not a political statement, our phones are ruining our lives. Be on your phone less, hold your camera more. And so, in order to create the space to create, the thing that you need to do is you need to go and pick up your. This is the irony of it, because most of us run our lives through our phones. I do. Certainly, my calendar is there. So you go and you look at your calendar, and then you go and set yourself up for success. You're like, all right, I want to learn how to use Velvet 56. I'm going to photograph with Velvet 56 for 26 minutes a day, twice a week, because that's the only space I can do it. So, where does that exist in your life? Create the time to create. This is the biggest mistake I see people make. They do not create the time. And then they're like, this is not my saying. I heard Ice Cube say this. He said, people always want the rewards for work that they didn't do. People always want the rewards for the work they didn't do. And one of the things that hits me so hard about that is it's true because the only time you're ever really going to get the reward from doing the work is by doing the work. And as photographers, what's so cool is the work is our passion. The work is the thing that fires us up. The work is the thing that drives us. The work is us getting the day in and the day out. The work is printing that image that we've been dying to make for 10 years and finally putting it on the wall and saying, I did that. And so I want to encourage all of you to have that goal in mind. Like, what is the thing I want to accomplish as a photographer in 2026? Now, you have time in 2025. Trust me. Some of you need to go grab that camera. Honestly, some of you shouldn't even be here right now. You should be photographing. But what I want you to think about is like, how do you take all the knowledge, all the information, all the things that are, Marie said, I did not expect my doom scrolling to be called out. I'm calling out everybody today. I want you all to be successful. And it's ultimately systems that are going to create that success, but it's more so of you taking a really strong look at your goals. And even as hobbyist photographers, some of you are hobbyists, some of you are professionals, some of you are in the middle. All of you have to have a goal. We have to have something here that we're pushing towards, because without that, we're just going to sit on our phone all day and not do anything. And it's the systems that we build around the goal that get us to cross the finish line, right? The learning, the showing up. By the way, bravo to all of you guys for showing up. I can tell who's serious about their art when they're showing up at 8 a.m. Some of you at 5 a.m. Some of you, by the way, just quick time check, just because I'm so curious. What time is it where you're watching this right now? Because for me, it's 6:40 a.m. And so I'm really curious what time it is wherever you guys are. We got some 6:40ers. We got some 1 o'clocks. Okay. We got some 8:40, 7:40, some 7 PMs. We got some PMs in here. 5:40 a.m. My Pacific people, respect. Really, this is wild to me. And the reason why we wanted to do it so early is so that you didn't have your whole day dedicated to this. We wanted you to show up early, learn, and then go shoot. We have people. It's 12:40 a.m. tomorrow, so you must be in Asia. Which I was just in Asia, and trust me, I understand the jet lag. So amazing, beautiful. From the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you guys for being here. So, a few more minutes with me, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to have our first speaker of the day. I guess technically I'm the first speaker of the day, but we're going to have our first person after me after a short break. So, couple other details here I just want to share with you guys. Again, if you have questions, they go in the Q&A. All right. If you have questions, they go in the Q&A. This is very important. If you don't put your questions in the Q&A, they're probably going to get missed. If you want to chat in the chat. This is a great place to chat. That's what it's here for. It's here to chat. What's up, chat? I saw my nephew do that the other day. He's like 7, and I was like, I am so behind the times. I did not even get that reference. Apparently, it's for Twitch streamers because he's a little dude Twitch streaming with his dad, which is like wild to me. And then the other thing is, we have members of Lynn's Baby's team in the chat, both here and for those of you watching on YouTube. So if you have questions, we are minding the chats with our team. We have both TJ and Laura and myself after I come through this part with you. There's some things we're not going to be able to answer here, because that's just the nature of it. But we're going to do our best to answer everything. Couple of the final things that I'll leave you with, because I think that it matters. One of the things that you should also do on top of creating work and creating art and creating the space to create is that you should also share that art. You should share those creations. You should put that stuff out. Um, Imposter syndrome is a thing that so many people feel as creatives because they look at their work in comparison to others and they say, I'm not good enough. And I want to encourage you all to let go of that today. My goal, this is my goal, because I had a goal coming into Shoot Extraordinary as the creator of this thing that I've now been doing since 2019, 2020. I don't know. There's a lot of them. The one goal that I had is I was like, all right, I want all these people who show up today to walk away with one thing on their heart. And that is that they are good, that they matter, and that their work is special. And my hope is that as you learn today, you walk away with that. There is one of the things, I'll put it this way. One of the things that I've always seen to hold true about the greatest photographers in the world. And I'm curious, if you have a photography hero, put them in the chat. I just want to see whose names pop up because I'm going to make a statement that I want you to think about. For me, one of my favorite photographers ever in the entire world when I was growing up was Ansel Adams. And the reason why, I think two parts. One, it was the first thing I was exposed to, but the other person and the person that drove me the most, where I was like, man, I love photography. It was my grandmother. My grandmother Grew up in the middle of nowhere in a town called Sunbright, Tennessee, a town none of you have ever heard of, at a stoplight and a corner store, and that's it. But at the turn of the century, she was born and raised into basically just the backside of the Dust Bowl era and made her way up to Indianapolis, where eventually she married and had children, my mom being one of them, and then me. And my mom had me. My grandma didn't have me. That'd be weird. And my mom my mom had me. And so my grandmother always had a camera with her, whether it was an instant or a Polaroid or a Canon or any, it didn't matter. She always had a camera with her. And every single Friday, we would go to Kmart because Kmart used to do photo developing. I don't know if I'm telling you guys, I'm older than I look. Trust me. Kmart used to do photo developing. And so we'd go and drop off a roll of film. And then we would buy a new roll of film. And I'll tell you this, we were actually deeply in poverty. We were very poor when I was growing up. So this was a huge deal. Some Fridays we couldn't afford it, but most Fridays we did. And this was one of the most beautiful things because my grandmother raised me. And she would take this film and we'd take all of the photos out of the paper when we got home. We would lay them out and we'd look at them. And she goes, which one is the best one? And it was this thing that we did. Not only did I bond with her, but it also started to develop my love for the art. Now, one of the things interesting about this time period for me, because I'm young when I first start like messing with cameras, I'm probably like 8. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Polaroid film has always been expensive. It's expensive now. It was expensive 10 years ago, and it was definitely expensive 30 something years ago. Polaroid film has always been expensive. And I used to take that Polaroid of hers and I would blast through 10 shots so fast it'd make your head spin. And man, she would get so mad at me because obviously, but I'm a kid, so I don't know better. I'm taking pictures of, an ashtray or a footstool or the bird sitting outside on the clothing line, whatever it might be. And one day, I'm getting ready to go on a school field trip to Washington, D.C. It was actually the only field trip that we went to the entire time I was in all 12 years of school. And my grandmother gives me a Canon AE1, and she gives me 3 rolls of film. And she looks at me and she says, this is right before we're about to go on the trip. She looks at me and she says, this is all you get. You don't have money to buy more film. So make sure that you take good photos. And in that whole trip, I think it was 5 days, we were in Washington, D.C. In 5 days, I shot 22 frames. That's it. Because it was one, I was worried I was going to run out of film. And two, I actually slowed down. As this little 10-year-old boy, I'm walking around with a Canon AE1 through Washington, D.C., taking photos. I still have these photos to this day, by the way. And what I learned in that day from my photography hero, which was my grandmother, was that it's about slowing down and creating the work. We get so caught up in the speed of all of it and we create. We forget to appreciate. We create, but we don't appreciate. And so the reason that I started this with this idea of imposter syndrome is because when I fast forward my career, all of this time later, I'm this award-winning wedding photographer, getting published in magazines like Shutter Magazine, the blogs on these blog sites, all of these things. What most people don't know about the beginning of my photography journey, especially as a professional, is I was terrified. I was so afraid of showing my work. I was so afraid of being judged. I was so afraid of people seeing what I did and telling me it's not good enough. I was so afraid of sitting side by side next to the giants, because I'm out here in this window of time. It's me, it's Zach Arias, it's Susan Stripling, it's Sal Sincata, it's the other Michael Anthony, it's all of these people, right? And I'm just like, standing next to them and always terrified until I wasn't. And I started to not worry. And I learned something very valuable, which is going to be the last point of my talk this morning. And the thing that I learned that was so unbelievably important is that as long as you love your work, you shouldn't give a about what other people think about it. Now, because I assume there's children here, I'm trying to edit myself. But that's the truth. When you stop caring about what other people think about your work, you are going to give yourself freedom. Give yourself freedom. Because here's what's so amazing about photography and the journey that we're on. The freedom that we get is the reason that we do it. You being an artist is so much different than everyone else's art because it's your art and you do it so special and so unique and in a way that no one else can do it. There's not another person on planet Earth who can do the thing that you can do the way that you do it. And I want you to know this, that every single piece of work that you create, that you choose to put outside into the world, is proof that you are who you say you are. So many people get caught up in the it's not perfect. I'm not ready. It's not time. It's not as good as theirs. You got to let go of that because I can tell you right now, I'm not even exaggerating this. Every one of the speakers that you are going to meet and learn from today, if I were to compare my work to theirs, what I can tell you for certain as a lens baby photographer is I would quit. Because all of these people are so unbelievably talented. And on top of their talent, they're so unbelievably rigorous in their training and their learning because they're passionate. And your passion has to supersede your fear. Because if it doesn't, then you're never going to go and create and be seen the way that you are meant to be seen. So, my goal for you as I started this was that all of you are going to walk away from Shoot Extraordinary more confident, that you're going to walk away more willing to put your work out into the world, and that you're going to walk out, most importantly, feeling like you matter. Because guess what? You do. This is your work, your creation. And I'm going to encourage you to go and show the world. Don't be afraid. Maybe you start in Lynn's Baby Unplugged on our Facebook group. We have like 13, 14,000 people in there. Maybe that's step one. Maybe step two is you post it on your public feed. Maybe step three, you start printing it off and asking coffee shops if you'll put it up in there. Maybe step four is next thing you know, you're hosting a gallery. Maybe step five is next thing you know, you're the most famous photographer in the world. I don't know. I don't know what happens because I don't know what your dreams are and I don't know what your visions are. But I do know this, if you don't quit, you won't lose. And so I encourage all of you to make a decision today to allow yourself to be seen. Because guess what? That's a huge part of success in the work. That said, again, thank you all so much for being here this morning. I appreciate you all greatly. We are very excited for today. It's going to be an action packed, power packed day with some of the most dynamic, incredible speakers you could ever imagine. We are going to start with a quick break, and then we're going to jump into our first speaker. But before we do, I just want you all to know a couple of housekeeping things again. It's weird being the DJ and the host and the first speaker. So luckily I got my team here supporting me. They're checking notes, sending things to me. A couple things that I just want you guys to know. Again, this is being recorded. They want me to touch base on this again. This is being recorded. It is live streaming right now on our YouTube. You can go watch again on our YouTube. Just go to YouTube and just search Lynn's Baby. We will be sharing the recording in our email later, so you'll be able to find it there. Questions, please put them in the Q&A, and we will address those as we go. And in fact, I got a couple of minutes. I'm actually a little bit early, which never happens. So I'm going to address just a couple here that I might find. Had a couple of people ask, is there an agenda for the day? We don't share the agenda. We want you here. We want you present. We don't want you worried about who the next speaker is going to be. So we don't share that externally because we just want you here having fun. But again, because it is recorded, if you miss anything, guess what? You can watch it later. And then are there any new Lens Baby products coming out? I can't speak to that. I don't know what you're talking about. Will Lens Baby be at Imaging USA in January? I'm pretty certain that our CEO is going to be there. I might actually be there also. I do not know yet. And then let's see if there was one more. Uh, let's see, tech question. Oh yeah, this is a great point. Tech questions. If you have really, really, really technical questions, it's going to be best if you message customer happiness at lensbaby.com. Even though I am the vice president of this company, I am not a tech guy. So if you ask me, like, what is the reciprocal of this? I'm like, I have no idea. I cannot help you. So you can email customer happiness at lensbaby.com. And guys, I just want to say thank you for the kind compliments and comments to me. I'm inspired by this stuff. I would not do it if I were not. And I hope that the words come across as a man who is inspired and who wants to see you come and be successful, because ultimately your success is our success. And as a community of photographers, one of the things you don't know about Lens Baby is that we are a very small team in an office in Portland, Oregon. We put our lenses together. We test every single one. Our marketing department is small. Our sales department is small. We are a gritty team who is dedicated to this experience for days like this and for photographers like you. And I know that many of you will come and go throughout the day, but we're still going to be here. We have people who have actually been at Lens Baby longer than I have, and I've been here a decade, which is crazy to me. And so, couple things. When I throw up the timer, because we're going to do a timer between talks to take a break, grab some water, grab some more coffee, grab a snack. I have mangoes, one of my favorite snacks. And then also on the timer, you're going to see a coupon code for a gift card. So just as our way of saying thanks for attending, even though we have our holiday sale happening right now, we're also doing a gift card for all of you attending. It's only good today, by the way. So for those of you watching or those of you watching the replay tonight, it's only good for today. For it's $35 off of any order that you have with Lens Baby, even with the sell that we already have going. It's just our way of saying thank you for showing up at, especially the West Coasters at 5 a.m. You East Coasters, man, you guys got it early. You guys got it easy this morning. You already had coffee and breakfast. So that said, we're about to step into our first break of the day. Our breaks are going to be around 10 to 15 minutes. And so just so you know, we're not done till we're done. So if you come back and you see the timer on, we're about to get into the next thing. So that said, guys, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited for this morning, for this day. We're excited for you. 400 of you in here right now. That's absolutely bonkers to me. So go grab your coffee, go grab your water, and we'll see you back here in about 10. Actually, we'll make it 12 minutes. 12 minutes. We'll see you in 12 minutes. All right, my friends. See you guys in a minute. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Just want to do a quick check. Make sure you can still hear me. If you can, just quick yes in the chat. So make sure you guys can hear me. We are back. Beautiful, beautiful. Hope everyone enjoyed their break. I have now had my fifth and sixth cup of coffee. It's going to be one of those kind of days. But that said, I'm super excited for our next speaker who took the time to create one of the best videos I've ever seen uh, about Lynn's Baby Velvet series. Luckily, this photographer was still able to participate, even though she's not here present today. So, huge, huge kudos to her. You may know her. Her name is Tiffany Kelly. And Tiffany is a portrait and fine art macro photographer from Georgia who, when you see her work, you're going to be blown away by what the Lynn's Baby Velvet series can really do. So Tiffany's going to teach us how to not only understand how each lens is unique, but also how to use each one of them and to capture extraordinary photos. So with that said, I'm going to play a video and we're going to watch Tiffany. If you do have Q&A for her, please go ahead and put it in the Q&A because we're going to be making note of it and we're going to have her follow up with answers to your guys' questions if I or the team cannot answer them. So I'm super excited about this. Spoiler alert, I already watched it. It's freaking awesome. So I cannot wait to share it with you. So without further ado, my friends, here is Tiffany Kelly.
Hi there, my name is Tiffany Kelly and I'm super excited to talk to you today about the 3 different Lens Baby Velvet lenses and how you can use them to create amazing macro photographs. So just a little bit about me. My name is Tiffany. I'm honored to be a Lens Baby trailblazer. I've been teaching photography online since 2015. Absolutely love teaching. And really have a passion for fine art macro photography. So um, I thought I would start by giving you a little bit of a rundown of the 3 different velvet lenses because they're going to all give you a similar effect. The velvet effect is that dreamy, glowy, just beautiful, soft, kind of ethereal look that we all love. It's going to give you amazing bokeh. So all 3 are going to have that velvet effect, but there are some similarities and differences between the 3 options. So I get asked a lot kind of how do I know which velvet's right for me? Which one should I get? So hopefully this will be helpful for those of you who might be deciding between your 3 options. So let's dive in and we'll talk about the 3 different velvets. So your 3 options for the velvets are the 28, the 56, and the 85. So starting with the widest, that's the 28. She's got a really nice weight to her. She feels really solid. All the velvets are going to have 2 rings. So you're going to have your aperture ring at the bottom here. Hopefully this will focus, is this one. And then this top ring is your focus ring so that you can use manual focus, which is perfect for macro photography. So all the velvets are going to shoot 1 to 2 macro natively, which I love. So that means without having to add extension tubes or filters or anything like that, you'll be able to shoot 1 to 2 ratio macro with the lens when it's focused to its closest focus distance. So that means you're going to turn your ring all the way as close as it will focus, which kind of extends this part of the lens on the top there. And the minimum focus distance for the 28 is 1.9 inches. So that is really, really, really close, less than 2 inches. So kind of some pros and cons of the 28. If you like a wide angle lens, if you like to shoot landscapes, if you like to shoot travel photography, I think it's a great option because it's really versatile in that way that you don't have to shoot only macro with it. You could use it for really amazing landscapes and other types of imagery. So if that is, the style that you like to shoot when you're not shooting macro, I think it's a great option. The kind of downside of the 28 is, in my opinion, that 1.9 inch focus distance because that is super duper close. So For me, it's hard to not kind of block my own light when I'm that close. But I know some people really like and prefer to be up super duper close. So again, this would be a good option for you if that's your style of photography and you like to be super duper close. So that's a little bit about the 28. It is also the most expensive of the three. All right, and then we have the 56 right in the middle, which I love. Super versatile lens. This was the first lens baby I ever got and kind of started the addiction. So I feel like she holds a special place in my heart. So again, she does 1 to 2 macro, and the minimum focus distance for that is 5 inches. So to me, that's kind of a good distance where I still feel like I'm up close with my subject, but I'm not like trying not to touch my subject. So I think it's a great distance. It's also the most affordable of the three, which is great. And I think it's the most kind of versatile, right? So it's a 56 millimeter. So if you're used to shooting with like a nifty 50, it's going to be really similar to that and kind of match the way that that you tend to see the world. I feel like that's the great thing about a 50-ish is kind of matches the way that we as humans see the world. And this one goes to f1.6 for its widest aperture, which is great. I usually don't go below about 2.8 or so, but that's just personal preference. But you can go to 1.6 if you want lots of glow to your image. So I think that's about everything for her. Again, she's got the aperture ring down here and then the focus ring up here. So if you're doing 1 to 2 macro, you're going to have her all the way extended like that. She's not too heavy, which is nice and good for travel. I think because the 56 is such a versatile length, it's really great for travel. I went to Vegas one year and only brought this lens, which was nice. And I feel like it worked for, you know, street photography. I could do macro in the conservatories, really versatile length there. And then we have the 85. Oh, and I should have said at the beginning, the lenses all come in black or silver, which I think the silver is really fun. And kind of different. So the 85, beautiful length if you like to shoot portraits. 85 is going to be amazing for portraiture. It's going to give you that beautiful background compression and blur even more so than the other two options. It goes to f1.8 at its widest, which is wonderful. Again, I tend to stay in the 2.8 to 4 range, but you do have room to open up wider if you prefer that. And the minimum focus distance on this one is 9 inches. So this is my favorite for like going to the gardens, because if I'm like inside of my house, sure, I can get within 5 inches of my subject really easily. But sometimes if I'm shooting things that are, you know, planted in the ground that I can't move, having that extra distance up to 9 inches can be really helpful. So a lot of people, my two favorites are definitely the 56 and 85. A lot of people ask me like which one to get. In terms of the way the macro images look, they're very similar. The 85 is going to give you a tiny bit more background compression, but in the macro range, I feel like it's not like a huge difference. So I would say pick which one out of the three you want, kind of based on what else you think you will shoot with it. Again, 85 great for portraitures, 56 great for travel, 28 great for landscapes. So kind of maybe keep that in mind if you shoot things other than macro. But they are all three beautiful options, and I love them all. So I hope that that was helpful to kind of walk through a little bit of the differences between the three. And next up, we will dive into some macro photography tips and tricks. Okay, but first I wanted to show some comparisons. I think this is really helpful to see a similar image shot with the three different lenses. So this is not a particularly pretty or great image, but I do think it kind of shows with the 28, you can kind of tell I am blocking my own light a little bit. And then I think between the three, you can kind of look at the background compression and see those slight differences. More of a difference, I think, between the 28 and the 56, whereas the 56 to 85, I think the compression is slightly different, but not vastly different. And then we have this other set, which I like the images a little better. I think you can tell in the 28, you're getting a little bit more of the background, so it's letting more of that backlight in that's bouncing off my table. Um, and again, I think you can just see some slight differences in terms of the, the angle, of course, like the focal length, but also, slight differences in terms of the background compression. So I hope I hope it's helpful to kind of see comparisons. Again, I think the 56 and the 85 are more similar. Velvet 28 gives you a little bit more of a different view. Okay, so first off, let's talk about what macro photography is and what it is not. So macro photography is the close-up photography of subjects that are typically very small. So this means that you are shooting up close to your subject. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions that, any nature photography or floral photography is macro, which is not necessarily the case, right? So you could shoot a picture of some beautiful flowers in a field at 200 millimeters, so you're super duper far away using, a non-macro telephoto lens, and you could get a beautiful image, but it's not macro because by definition you've got to be close to your subject. So I think that nature makes for wonderful macro photos, which is why so many people are drawn to that. It's also great for wedding details or newborn details. I also really love abstract macro photography. Some people do beautiful food photography close-ups. So anything that you are shooting up close using either a macro lens or close-up filters or extension tubes or something like that, that is going to allow you to focus up really close. So the cool thing about macro lenses is that they allow you to focus up really close versus, your typical portrait or telephoto lens, which are going to have a minimum focus distance of several feet. So what makes a macro lens unique is that ability to focus up close. So the Velvets all do 1 to 2 macro natively. You can add extension tubes to them if you want to be able to get even closer, and they are all really wonderful in that macro range, and also, throughout the focal range, so they can be used for non-macro images as well. Okay, now let's dive into how to actually shoot macro with the Velvet lenses. So I think a common misconception that a lot of people have about not just lens baby lenses, but any macro lens is that they think that any photo taken with a macro lens is a macro photo, which is not the case, because your lens is going to still focus to infinity like any other lens. So when you're focused as close as possible and you're in that macro range, that's when you're creating macro images, but you can use the same macro lens to shoot a portrait from 20 feet away or a landscape at infinity. So something to just keep in mind. So how to actually shoot macro with the Velvets. I popped the 28 on here. I do have an adapter because I switched from Nikon DSLR to this Sony mirrorless, so that's just the adapter. And then this is the Velvet 28. So with any of the Velvets, to shoot that 1 to 2 macro that we talked about, you're going to turn your focus ring so that you're focused as close as possible, which means the lens is going to extend as long as possible. So once you do that, you're shooting 1 to 2 macro, which kind of shows you, hopefully you can see right there, that you're shooting that 1 to 2 macro. Then you're going to pick your aperture by using your aperture ring. My favorite for the Velvets is around 4, but it kind of depends on the look that I'm going for. If I want more glow and more blur, or maybe a little more abstract of an image, I'll go to 2.8. If I want more detail, more depth, more sharpness, I'll go towards 5.6. So very personal preference in terms of your vision for your image in terms of your aperture. But keep in mind, you are not going to set your aperture in your camera because there's no electronic contacts here. So you are going to set your aperture only using this ring. And then you will set your ISO and your shutter speed in your camera like normal, like you would with any other lens. So that's how you do your settings. And again, this is your focus ring. So if you decide, oh, that is too close, I want to be close up but not quite 1:2 macro, you just turn your ring and increase that focus distance, and that'll allow you to back up a little bit more. All right, so let's talk a little bit about focusing for macro photography because I feel like that is the hardest part for a lot of people. So I strongly suggest for anybody learning macro that they use only manual focus, because autofocus, I think, is just not reliable enough in the close macro range. I know cameras are always improving. I have a nice new one. It's great. But when I am talking about, shooting water droplets on a leaf, and there's no way I can expect the camera to know exactly which water drop I want it to focus on. And I feel like even if I, tap my screen or select my dot, the focus tends to change from shot to shot. So I think the best way to really nail your focus exactly where you intend to is to use manual focus. The great news about the Lens Baby Velvets is that that's your only option. So I actually think it's a great way to learn macro photography because it forces you to get off of autofocus. You can't rely on that anymore, and really train your eye how to see focus. So all that being said, I'm going to give you a couple tips and tricks that really helped me to better use manual focus. Another thing I wanted to say is, like, I feel like manual focus is really hard for people because they're moving all the time. They tend to be further away from you. When you are up close with the macro subject, I feel like it's a lot easier to really see where your focus is because you're so close. Your subject's really filling your frame. So give it a try with something still in the macro range, and you might find that it's a little bit easier than you thought. Definitely much harder with things like moving children or people that are kind of further away and not filling up a large portion of your frame. So all that being said, I would suggest you turn your focus ring so that you're focused as close as possible. So you're getting that 1:2 macro. And then instead of turning your ring while you're shooting, because that can be kind of cumbersome and you're going to kind of move without meaning to. So what I do is I just set my ring and then I leave it alone, and then I just move my camera in and out to obtain that perfect focus. So to me, this is really intuitive because turning the ring, my brain would never understand, like, if I turn it left, is it getting further away or closer, or vice versa? Versus if we think about our focal plane as like a plane of glass in front of our camera, we intuitively know that as we move forward, that plane of focus is going to move forward. As we pull backwards, that plane is going to move backwards. So really easy to kind of just sway in and out and really nail your focus exactly where you want. Another tip that I feel like is one of those things, sometimes it works great, sometimes it doesn't, is to use focus peaking. So when I had a DSLR not that long ago, I didn't love focus peaking because, I had to use the screen and then there was the delay and it wasn't ideal. But if you're on mirrorless, definitely give focus peaking a try. What it does is it lights up the areas in your on your screen that are in focus. So I think you can pick your color. I pick red because I feel like it stands out the most. So when I'm shooting, if I decide to use the focus peaking, it will light up red the areas in my frame that are in focus, that are sharp. So the one caveat to that is that if you are wide open with a velvet, like at 1.6, maybe even 2, it doesn't really work because it's looking for that sharp detail, and the velvets, when they're wide open, intentionally are soft and glowy. There is no really sharp detail. So the camera doesn't quite understand exactly where the focus is. But if you're at like 2.8 or higher for your aperture, it should work well. So that is a tip that, again, I never used to use it, didn't like rely on it, but now that I have it, it is a really nice feature, and will just help you to understand manual focus better. And you'll kind of see too, as you move forward and back, you'll see that line of red or whatever color you pick kind of move with your camera. So couple tips and tricks that hopefully will make manual focus a little bit easier. One last tip is that if you use the eyepiece, whether you're on DSLR or mirrorless, make sure that you adjust your diopter to match your vision. So that's going to be one of those things kind of different for every camera, but you can Google it for your camera model. And sometimes when people are like, oh, I'm just really having a hard time seeing through the viewfinder, it's just that they need to adjust their diopter a little bit. So hope that helps. So this is just a little demonstration of what the screen looks like when you use focus peaking. So hopefully you can see as I move in and I get focus, you can see the areas on the screen that light up in red, and that's telling me exactly where my focus is. So it can be really helpful, especially if you're outside and it's bright and you're having a hard time seeing your focus really well. All right, just a couple more general tips for macro photography that'll hopefully help you if you're needing to troubleshoot a little bit. I always tell people it is a really hard genre to learn. It's really tricky to shoot up close, and stick with it. Try not to get frustrated. And with practice, you'll definitely see improvement in your images. So one thing I try to really think about is really stabilizing and anchoring myself. So I like really anchor my arms to my body. I love now that I have mirrorless, I usually use the screen. But sometimes if it's bright outside and it's hard to see my screen, I will still use the viewfinder. It's nice to have both options. When I had my DSLR not that long ago, I would only use the viewfinder, which is sometimes hard, especially if you're shooting something, that's like growing out of the ground and it's like 3 inches from the ground and I'm like on the ground. Um, and I have no problem doing that, but it's so much easier now. I can hold my camera out from my body, and I don't have to have my face up to it, which is lovely. But again, even when I'm holding my camera out, I'm really thinking about anchoring my arms, trying to really stabilize myself, because when I'm working with really shallow depth of field, um, it's just really important to kind of stabilize yourself and nail that focus. Another thing is that I actually shoot on burst, because again, I'm working with a really shallow depth of field, and any slight movement is going to change my focal point a tiny bit. So I shoot on burst, I overshoot. It's digital, so I have no problem doing that. And I just think that helps me to make sure that I'll have one picture with the focus exactly how I wanted, and I can just delete the other pictures. So I'm usually going to take a series of, 3 to 5 images or so, just holding down my shutter and shooting on burst. And I would rather overshoot a little bit than, get back on my computer later and I thought that an image was in focus and actually it's not. So that's just kind of a little cheat code. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about aperture for macro photography because it works a little bit differently for macro versus things like portraiture. So a lot of times people are, used to shooting portraits. They're amazing photographers and they start to get into macro and they get really frustrated. So I think a big part of that is that aperture just works so differently. So those of us who started off with portraiture or family photography, wedding photography, anything like that, you might think of, 2.0 being a really good kind of medium aperture, right? You could probably go down to 1.2 if that's your style and you like really, really wide open. But even at 2.0, you know that you can get, your whole person, their whole face, their eyes, whatever, in focus, if you're at the right distance from them. So that's kind of like how we think of aperture, right? And we might think, oh, 3.5 or 4.0 is like really stopping down. Again, this is all dependent on your style, but I feel like most portraiture photographers that I know tend to shoot pretty wide open. And they want that dreamy blur in the background and the bokeh and all the things. So the thing with macro is that your depth of field is not only controlled by your aperture, but also your focal distance, right? How far you are from your subject. So the closer you are to your subject, the more shallow that depth of field is going to get. So if we're comparing photographing a person from 15 feet away and then photographing a dewdrop on a leaf at 2 inches away, you can see that there's going to be a huge difference in your focal distance, and that's going to make that depth of field much, much shallower when you're in the macro range. So for me with the velvets, my sweet spot is kind of F4 is what I like, what works with me and my style. I feel like I still get really pretty bokeh and blur, but I'm able to get a slice of sharp focus in the image as well. Um, some people prefer to shoot them, more at 1.8 or 2 and really have that overall glowy blur on the image, and that's totally fine too. Some people might like to stop down to f11 and really get lots of detail and less of the glow effect, and that's fine too. So it's really dependent on your style what you pick, but you have to kind of reframe the way that you think of aperture, because those wide open apertures are just going to give you very, very shallow depth of field. And yeah, you just kind of have to develop your own style and your own vision and decide, how much of your frame do you want in focus, how much detail do you want versus the blur and the glow. And it's really just dependent on your style and your personal preference. So I tend to like macro that has a really shallow depth of field. I feel like it just looks a little bit more fine art. It looks a little bit more, I try to shoot like the way something feels instead of just the way something looks. So I would rather have less detail and more kind of like emotion and blur and depth to my images. So that's just my style. But just be really mindful about your aperture. An assignment I love to give students in my classes is to shoot the same subject with different apertures, because I feel like then you're able to like really see the difference between, an F2 and an F11. It's a huge difference for macro. So that can be a good kind of practice thing to go through and see just how much your image changes with using a different aperture. Okay, so now that we've talked a little bit more about aperture and how that works for macro, let's talk about the other settings, right? Because my style is to shoot pretty wide open for macro, 2.8, 4 in that range. A lot of people prefer to get a lot more detail and focus. They're going to stop down to f11 or even higher. So we know then, based on the exposure triangle, we're going to have to compensate with some of our other settings, right? So I don't like to use a tripod for macro. I like to move around. I like to get different angles. That's part of what makes it really enjoyable for me, is to kind of be able to take my time, experiment, try different compositions, different angles. So I don't like to be tied down to a tripod. Some people love using a tripod with macro. That's great if you love that. So if you're using a tripod, that will allow you to sort of compensate by lowering your shutter speed a lot, because you don't have to worry about motion blur. You're not going to move because you're using a tripod. And I'm assuming that you are using a still subject that is not moving. So you can compensate in that way. If you're like me and you don't want to use a tripod, I would suggest keeping your ISO around 1/250th of a second. That works really well for me. And then your ISO is going to be what it needs to be, right? Based on that shutter speed and the aperture that is going to give you the depth of field that you are, artistically aiming for that matches kind of your style or your vision for the image. So what that means a lot of times, especially if you do like to stop down more and get a greater depth of field, is that you're going to have to bump up your ISO. So my soapbox for the day is don't be afraid to bump up your ISO. Don't be afraid of a little bit of noise. I think those of us who kind of learned on portraiture have this huge fear of noise, but it's going to be okay. So a couple things related to that. One is that cameras are getting better and better all the time in terms of the way that they handle grain and noise. Two is that editing is getting better all the time. So there's AI noise reduction now is amazing. Even the regular noise reduction is pretty good. Um, so don't be afraid to bump up your ISO, get proper exposure, get proper depth of field, and then if you're having a lot of noise, a lot of grain, you can probably fix those things in post. Another thing, this is just sort of my personal opinion, is that for images of people where I'm trying to look at the detail in their faces, the detail in their eyes, the noise does bother me a little bit. Um, right? Because it doesn't look good on somebody's face, on somebody's eyes. But if you're looking at, pictures of flowers or nature or leaves or abstract, I think a lot of times the grain really does not detract from the image. And in fact, it can kind of add to your image sometimes. I think it can kind of give more of a fine art look, more of a painterly effect to have a little bit of grain. So just try it and see. And don't be afraid to bump up your ISO. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk on noise. So related to that, let's talk a little bit about lighting because we all know that lighting is extremely important for photography. So one thing that I love about macro photography is that I feel like unlike portraiture, I don't have to wait for golden hour. I don't have to really focus on only backlighting, and instead I feel like I can make really pretty images at any time of day, really with any type of light. So I love natural light for macro is wonderful. I'm usually going to try to find shade if it's midday. So if I'm walking around a garden in the middle of the day, I'm usually going to look for the shady areas, but I can shoot in full sun if I want to and just, adjust my exposure accordingly. And then I don't love artificial light for pictures of people, but I do love it for macro. And the nice thing about that, especially this time of year, it gets dark at 5:30 here where I am. So I love that I can use a really small, really affordable artificial light and still take images at any time of day. So compared to taking pictures of people where you generally need a pretty large light, with macro, our subjects are so small, you can use a small light, and again, they're super affordable. So I have sort of an LED tube light that's kind of like an ice light that was pretty affordable that I like to use. I also have little rectangular video lights that are really, really great for macro. Again, super affordable now. A lot of them, you can kind of set them to any color that you want, so you could get really creative if you wanted to. Um, so lots of options for macro in terms of adding artificial light if you want to, and that will allow you to, add more light to your image so that you don't have to bump up your ISO too much, or so that you can stop down your aperture, get a lot of focus. So, all that being said, lots of options, natural light, artificial light, all can work wonderfully. And then I would say as you practice your macro photography, be really mindful about the direction of your light and how it affects your subject because I think in terms of, using front light, side light, backlight, they're all great options. And it's actually really cool to kind of see how different your subject will look based on the direction of your light. So a fun kind of exercise if you want to do, inside your house, either with an artificial light or even just using, if you have a room with one window where you can kind of, control that the light's coming from one direction and kind of move around and see how your subject looks so differently based on the direction of your light. So especially if you pick something with a lot of texture like a leaf, something with water droplets, or something like a Gerbera daisy with a lot of sort of like shadows that will form around the petals. It's really cool to see how if you change your direction of your light, it will totally change the way that your subject looks, especially in terms of sort of the textures that you see on your subject. So a fun exercise to kind of play around with if you want to do that. But again, love that for macro. I don't need a huge light source and I can use a window if I'm inside or I can use artificial light and outside I can kind of work with any time of day and still get images that I love. So I feel like we've talked a lot about the technical details and the nitty-gritty of macro, and I just wanted to touch a little bit on why I love macro so much and what I think it can bring to your life if you feel called to shoot macro. So first and foremost for me, macro is super therapeutic. I feel like I get to slow down. I can kind of tune everything out. It's just me and my camera and nature. And it's a great like grounding practice for me. So I really love the sort of slow, reflexive part of macro photography and hope that you might feel called to that as well. I think it's a great way to grow as an artist. A lot of my students who've taken my classes have said, I not only learned macro, but I strengthened my other images and my other work as well because from my macro practice, I learned to slow down more and really see light and really practice composition and angles. And all those things will translate to your skills in your other types of photography, which I think is amazing. Um, I think it's also really fun to print your images for macro. They look amazing on your walls. I've made calendars. I have big metal prints on my walls. They make great. I have note cards that I've made with my pictures. People love getting photos as a gift and or it's something that you can sell. You can enter gallery shows if you're so called to do that. I've done a few gallery shows and they're always super fun and it's nice to see your image up among other artists. So that can be really rewarding as well. And then, of course, the more practical, it's great to give detail images to your clients, especially if you photograph newborns or weddings. I think those detail images can add so much to your albums for your clients. So just wanted to talk a little bit about the big picture and hope that one of those speaks to you. Okay, so I hope you feel that you learned more about macro photography today. I hope that you're feeling inspired to get out and shoot some beautiful macro images. Just to bring it kind of full circle back to the beginning and back to the velvets. I think just to recap, there really are all amazing for macro. So I think if you're trying to pick which one is right for you, I would suggest choosing your focal length based on what else you might like to shoot with your velvet. So the 28 is really wide, great if you love a wide angle lens, great for landscapes or street photography. I think the 56 is just such a versatile lens. It's really great for travel because you can kind of use it to shoot a little bit of everything. And then the 85 is going to be your best bet for creating beautiful portraitures and getting really beautiful background compression, especially when you're outside of that macro range. You'll kind of see the compression even more. Um, so yeah, I hope that this was helpful and that you are feeling inspired. Would love to hear from you if you have any questions at all. I love to chat photography, so feel free to email me or DM me on Instagram. And if you're interested in learning more about macro photography, I do have a sort of beginner class, intro class on Illuminate classes that will start in early February for the next run. And if you already know a lot about macro and just want to dive into the more creative aspects, I do have a 12-month macro masterclass as well. So feel free to reach out if you have any questions about any of that or anything else. So thanks for your time today. I know your time is really valuable, and I hope you picked up some good tips and tricks and inspiration today.
Amazing job, Tiffany. If you guys in the chat, please just show some love for Tiffany. I don't know about you guys, but I learned a absolute ton today from that, and I'm super excited to tell you that she wanted to be here. She had something pressing, and she took the time out of her life to come and create that for us because that is the level of care that these amazing speakers have, that these amazing presenters have. And it's so wonderful to just watch and see what you can create. You know, when you look at so many of the images that Tiffany shared with us, it's like, guys, that is possible for you guys also. Right. Like all of you have the ability to come in and to create such beautiful work. And it just comes back to what we talked about earlier. If you saw some of the things Tiffany talked about, she has a system. Like there was a process and a rhyme and a reason behind everything that she did. Obviously, she's not here, so we have some Q&A that some of you put in that we're going to share with her and have her follow up. So we'll put that on the Lens Baby website and some other places. But again, I hope you guys got a ton out of that. We're going to take a super short break here for just like 2 minutes, and then we're going to come right back with our next speaker, the amazing Hengki Lee, which I'm super excited. So, guys, 2 minutes. We're going to come right back. I'm not even going to put the timer on. We're just going to take 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. So, see you guys in just 2 minutes. Okay, guys, we are back. Like I said, 2 minute break. Wasn't even joking because I'm so excited for our next speaker, who is arguably one of the most incredible photographers on planet Earth. This guy wins award after award after award. He creates some of the most phenomenal art that you've ever seen. And just like we've been talking about, he sets goals, he creates process, and he goes and shows the work. And I think he's a great testament of what it means to show the work. If you don't know, Hengki Lee is based in Jakarta, Indonesia. He is a multi-award winning photographer. His work has appeared in Time, National Geographic, and Black and White magazine, and more. And I'm going to bring him up today to share it with you. Hengki, can you hear us? Can you see us? Welcome, my
Hello,
friend.
hello everybody. Yes, I can hear
Welcome.
you.
There you go. I'm throwing the spotlight on you, brother. It is your time to shine. In the chat, just say hello and welcome, Hengki, my friend. It is your floor.
Hello. Very nice to meet you all today. Okay, I just want to start what I want to share with you all today. So I will share my screen. Sorry. Sorry, I just have technical problem.
Yeah, no problem at all, man. Guys, if you don't know, this is live, by the way. So
Mhm.
sometimes we're gonna bump into issues. But Hengki, we'll make sure I'm here with you till we get it up and running.
Okay.
Um, you guys know this is here's how I think about this. We're in real time, real thing, real stuff happens, and it's just like being a photographer. Like sometimes you got to scramble and figure out things while
Mhm.
they're happening in real life. All right, great. So I see that, and then you want to head over to your full screen.
Sorry.
We can see some of it, Hengki.
Okay. Just a minute, please.
Yeah, no problem, man. Take your time. Um,
Okay.
there we go. I got you now. All right, rocking and rolling, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Hengki. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia, and I've been doing lens baby photography since 2011 from random shots at the time, and the result was very impressive. And I decided to explore about lens baby lenses and and optics, especially the sweet optics that I often use. And since then, Lens Baby is becoming part of my photography journey and very important in creating character in photography for me. And the next slide I want to share. This is a brief profile of me. I'm a self-taught photographer, and I've been participating in some contests that I won, like gold medals in FIAP, in PSA, RPS, GPU, and so on. And I have been featured in some international publications such as Black and White magazine, National Geographic webpage, in Daily Dozen and Weekly Wrapper, and Time.com. And the picture in Time.com is my Lens Baby work. And I'm currently a Lens Baby ambassador and also a curator in 100 ASA, one photography online community based in England. Okay, the next slide. So this is the topic I want to share with you today about the Lens Baby visual poetry. What is visual poetry? For me, visual poetry is telling story visually in symbolic way, which emphasize in impression and intended to trigger audience fantasy and emotion. In making Lens Baby visual poetry, I don't play with details in the frame, but perform subjects outline and gesture clearly in a well-balanced composition. So as you can see in many work of mine, you can see like silhouette, blurry images, but all I wrap up in the well-balanced composition. So composition is very important to make a photo like that not obvious in detail. And the element of visual portrait are first one is storytelling, and the second one, the appearance is symbolic and not obvious, but clear in subject's outline and gesture, emphasize in impression, and trigger fantasy and emotion. Yeah, that's the thing that's very important when we make visual poetry. And then the next slide, I want to show you my clip. It's about my work about visual poetry with Lens Baby. I hope this will uh, give you more understanding about what I do with Lens Baby. All right, so that was my work. I hope you can enjoy to see that. Okay, next, I want to share my ways to make lens baby visual poetry. Today I want to share about this in two methods. The first one Candid, and the second one stage. So we start with the first one, Candid. Practically, we can shoot Candid shot anywhere, as long there are human activities at the location, like this example photos below. It could be at the beach, train station, like this, and on the street, and also indoor, like in this building corridor. And we can shot anywhere with lens baby actually. And then so I want to elaborate about the candid shooting steps. The first one, time of shooting. When I do shooting at the beach, the best time is at noon from 2 to 3 p.m. and afternoon from 4 to 6 p.m. Since the available light is still strong enough and there are many people doing their activity. A good opportunity to capture stories. After choosing the time, and then I prepare the lenses and equipment. I use Lens Baby Composer Pro 2 with Obscura 50 optic at 2 to 3 p.m. when the light is still so bright. Yeah, because with Obscura we can diffuse the detail in the frame, so the capture looks similar to silhouette. I can show you the picture like this one. This with Obscura. The Obscura lens optic swap has 3 aperture setting: f161 pinhole, f64 pinhole shift, and f32 sound plate. Yeah, you can manage the aperture, but I usually manage the Obscura 50 aperture at f32 sound plate and the ISO at 5,000 to 10,000 to achieve photo like this below. Because with Obscura we need many light source. Then the ISO has to be high, so we can achieve a picture like this. If you set the ISO low, then it's too dark to get the picture. Okay, the next. Then at 4 to 6 p.m. I change the optic with sweet 50 or 35. It's the best time and optic to capture dramatic silhouettes. When the lights becoming low in intensity, it's better to swap the optic with sweet 50 or sweet 35. Then we can get silhouettes from with this optic. Most often I manage the sweet optic 50 aperture at f2.5, the widest aperture, to get the unique dreamy blur effect like this photo below. Yeah, you can see the blurry effect. It's because I set the aperture so wide, the widest aperture. Yeah, if you want to achieve a picture like this, set the aperture at the widest. You can get the unique blur effect from the sweet optic, the best unique blur effect, I think. The dreamy. ISO and speed are adjusted to the aperture, depends on the light condition. Yeah, you can adjust the ISO and speed to get the proper exposure in your shot. To get bold and strong silhouette, I usually set the exposure a bit under. Then in the post-processing, I increase the exposure and contrast level to get the best shadow and light contrast. Usually I set the exposure a bit under, and then in the editing, I manage the contrast level and then the exposure. So you can see in these two photos, the light and shadow is very contrast. It's very appealing to the eye. Okay, the next one. And then observe activities in the location. In the candid shooting, our eyes have to be keen in observing activities and situation. At the crowded beach, people doing their activities, such as kids playing with the wave or chasing each other, parents holding hands with their kids, walking along the beach or towards the wave, a group of men playing soccer, and so on. We can create stories in our candid shots from their activities. Yeah, if you go to the beach, you can see many activities. Then from their activities, you can catch the moment and create stories. Yeah, it's very interesting if you go at the beach, the crowded beach, I mean. And we can get a shot like this at the beach with Sweet 50, this one. And then with the Obscura, this one with Sweet 50. This one also with Obscura. You can see the difference between these two optics, the character of the picture. This one also with the Sweet 50. Okay, and then the important thing is managing the background. Yeah. Background should be clear or not showing many visual elements. So the subjects may appear stand out in the frame. Yeah, you can see in this picture, the background is quite clear. Yeah, like this, quite clear. Yeah, so the subject stand out in the picture because not background distract. Okay. And then about the momentum and composition arrangement. Momentum is crucial factor in making a story in our frame. We have to be prepared to press the shutter when interesting moments happen before our eyes. Yeah. After I choose the subject in their activity, I usually put my eye on the viewfinder while I wait the good moments come. And before I press the shutter, I briefly manage the composition in a good balance, so I can capture a dramatic story and a good aesthetic appearance. Like I said, I often put the subjects in the middle of the frame in order to make the subject look stand out from the background. Yeah, you can see many photos from me. The subject is in the middle. Yeah, many people say in the middle is a dead center or something bad, but for me it's not. Yeah, and I think to put the subject in the middle, it's very good, to make the subject look stand out in the frame. Okay, and then pressing the shutter. To get the best momentum in our frame, don't hesitate to press the shutter several times continuously. Or you can set your camera in continuous shooting mode, then press and hold the shutter button. But I prefer the first way, since I don't want to waste my time erasing too many frames when choosing the best capture. You can choose between these two. But in this case, I prefer the first one. Yeah, we have to press several, shutter several times continuously. Then choose the best composition and best gesture and moment from the activity that we capture. Okay, we move to the second method in making landscape visual portrait, the stage one. Yeah, before the candid, now stage. Beside candid, I also love to make stage landscape visual portrait. Not like candid, stage shooting require more preparation and creativity, since the story is from our vision, ideas, fantasy, and not from the random moments in front of our lens. In stage shooting, we have more control in making a story or momentum, since we can direct the lighting when shooting indoor, subject model or model gesture, arrange the things, properties in shooting location to manage the framing and composition. Yeah, in the plus factor in states, we can control everything, not like in Candid. I do state landscape visual portrait in indoor and outdoor as like the following examples. I can show you these examples. This one is with Sweet 50. Yeah, you see the gesture. Yeah, you see the composition. This one in indoor. Yeah, I manage, the composition like this. I frame the subject between, in his bed and then table, and then, like a small table here. So the subject is well framed, yeah, with these visual elements in this location. And then this outdoor is with 50. Yeah, you can see the gesture, simple but elegant. This one outdoor with a Sweet 50 also. This one with Obscura, 60 millimeter, the pancake. Yeah, I also shoot with the Obscura, indoor. This one with Sweet 50. This one with Sweet 35. This one with Burnside 35. Burnside is also a good lens to make a picture like this. Yeah, because we can get the vignette, the natural vignette from the lens. You can see the surrounded area in the frame is a vignette from the lens. This one with Sweet 50 with artificial light and artificial fog. This one also with Sweet 50 with artificial light and artificial fog. This one with Obscura 16 millimeter. Yeah, I play with the composition, with the lines, the framing the guy, and then this one outdoor, Sweet 50. Okay, so the next one is about step in stage shooting. Yeah, so when we do stage landscape visual portrait, we have to arrange the steps like the first one with the idea or vision. Before I do stage landscape visual portrait, it usually starts with an idea or vision that comes to my mind. The vision and idea must be strong and must be able to evoke deep impression when it is realized in the photo we create. Idea or vision describes the story of the photos we create, making this a very important factor in creating landscape visual portrait. Yeah, idea or vision is very important. Must be interesting. Yeah, our vision to make a picture like this. I usually get ideas from first one like poetic music I hear, such as music by Norwegian duo artist Secret Garden. The music that I play in my clip, you can hear music from Secret Garden. Yeah, you can search in Spotify, but their music is very poetic. Every time I hear their music, it's trigger my fantasy to make visual poetry. And then also from movie or video clips I watch. The man with the hat and long coat is from this movie, Road to Perdition, Tom Hanks movie. Yeah, it's very good movie, very good cinematic, Okay, and then and from my own experiences and my value in this life. Yeah, I'm a person who often reflect on life, and in this life there are things that I really value. Among them are genuine friendship, sincerity, and unconditional love, the love I receive from my mother. Those are the subjects that I try to expose and become a source of inspiration. As you can see, I often portray friendship, parental love, loneliness, and contemplation in my work. Yeah, as you can see, like this one, loneliness, contemplation, like this one. Okay, then we have to choose the model subject and props and location. After deciding the idea and imagining the story, then I look for model and shooting location. The location can be either outdoor or indoor. After that, I prepare props to support the story. They could be a long winter coat, hat, simple long dress, umbrella, violin, artificial flower, and so on, as needed in the story I want to make. And you can see these props. Yeah, I use these props in my work. And then the time of shooting and lighting method. For outdoor shooting, I usually do in the afternoon around 3 to 6 p.m. But sometimes I also shoot at night. Likewise, for indoor shooting, I usually do between 2 and 5 p.m. The lighting method I use is available light, both outdoors and indoors. If I do shooting from noon until dusk, when there's still enough sunlight. And for night shooting, I use a red hat continuous light, and to diffuse the details and add dramatic look, I use artificial fog. Yeah, this one the machine. Yeah, for making artificial fog. This one the red hat. To get the silhouette effect, I place the model against the light source, whether it's sunlight or window light or continuous light. Okay, the next. And I choose the lenses. Lens maybe Composer Pro 2 with Switch 50 and Switch 35, yeah, for the stage, yeah, mostly. And then I use also Lens Baby Burnside 35 and Lens Baby Obscura 60 millimeters. And then we have to care about composition and models gesture arrangement. On location, our eyes must be sharp in observing everything or any object present. Therefore, we can utilize what's available in the location to manage a well-balanced composition, so our photos will look visually appealing. For example, in the outdoor photo below, I use the tree to balance the model in the middle of the frame. So they just look like two balanced lines running down at the center of the frame. And you can see between this subject and then the tree, it's like two lines, yeah. So balance to each other. The model gesture arrangement is very important in making Lens Baby visual poetry. Simple and elegant gesture will create a strong impression of the story we elaborate in the frame. Excessive body gesture will nullify the mood and visual impact in our work. Yeah. So like this picture, it's very excessive. Yeah. This one is it's I when shooting this, I order the model to act, like this one, to get example the wrong gesture and the wrong moment. Yeah. Okay. Next and wrap up. Yeah. The things that we should care in making Lens Baby visual poetry. Yeah. The first one is the story. Story is the soul of the visual poetry. The story we create in the frame has to be strong, so it can move audience thoughts. Stories from human in their passions, feelings, contemplation may trigger audience emotion or sympathy. Stories about human in obscurity, mystery, also can evoke curiosity. The second one, composition. Composition is an element that strengthens the beauty of frame. A well-balanced composition makes a photo pleasing to audience eyes and strengthens the story. Yeah, and the obvious outline, shape, or the subject. The strong shape of the subject outline is very essential if you don't play with the details. A less clear shape will make the story unclear and meaningless, like this example below. Yeah, it's not clear. Yeah, about this. What is this and what is he doing? Yeah, and the last one is subject gesture. The subject's body gesture create an impression and strengthen the story we are telling. Just keep it simple and natural. Yeah, like this example is, yeah, it's very simple and natural. Yeah, the body gesture is very important. Yeah, yeah. Because if you manage the wrong gesture, then you cannot the visual impact. Yeah, like this. Yeah. Yeah, just manage is simple and natural and elegant. Okay, and yeah, just finish. This is my quote: "Provoke audience mind, not their eyes." And you can follow my Instagram to see my daily uploads. Yeah, this is my Instagram at Hengki Lee under Hengki_Lee, and this is the QR code. You can take the QR code to follow my daily uploads. Okay, that's all. Okay, Mike, I get it back to you.
Amazing. Guys, in the chat, please just take a moment and thank Hengki for that absolutely phenomenal presentation. Man, I think that for me, the very first thing that comes to mind is you took something that we have in Lens Baby and you really, really made it your own. Right. And I think that's the thing that we want for other photographers is to be able to be like, yes, it's Lynn's baby, but how does Hengki use it? How does Suzanne use it? How does Diane use it? How does Kevin use it? Right. How do you make this your thing? Obviously a huge part of this you talked about was where you find inspiration. Huge part of this was you talking about the things that you do to make the work come to life. What would you say to someone who's struggling right now? They see Hengki's work and they're like, man, I really want to do that. What's step one? What should they really be focusing on?
I think just go to the some place, everywhere that random place, I think, and then just observe the activity at the location and just press the shutter button. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah,
Then you
simple.
can see the result because the lens baby blurry effects, gives the special things automatically from the lens, and you can see the result. Just press the
Mm,
shutter and then
yeah.
choose. Hmm.
One of the things that I opened with, and I want to ask you this, I'm going to ask all of our speakers today, how do you deal with that part of you that feels hesitant about pushing out the work? How do you deal with imposter syndrome? How do you deal with the fear of showing the photography? Like, what has that journey been like for you?
When I stuck with my idea, I just be quiet and listen like music, like poetic music, trigger my fantasy. And then from that music, then I try to arrange the story for the shoot. Yeah, and like in my presentation, the steps, just like that. For example, yeah, I listen to the music or watch the video clip or movie, yeah, that appealing to me.
Hmm. When
Mm.
One of the things that you're very known for is for creating these very emotional portraits, right? When you're editing, how much editing are you actually doing? Because one of the questions I saw, someone was curious about how much time are you actually spending in the edit process?
Edit process actually is not too much. Yeah, it's just like the first thing I do is open the file in the raw camera raw. Yeah, and then I adjust the exposure and the contrast. Yeah, just like that. And if I want to make a black and white photos, just slide the color to mute until it's black and white, and then I adjust the black color and the white color and the shadow and the highlight to get the bold, like bold silhouette, the strong contrast between the black and white. And then after that, I open in the Photoshop. Then for finishing touch, I use the plugin, yeah, like Alien Skin plugin. It's very important too to make the photo looks more poetic, you know, artistic. Yeah, just like that. It's not too much editing in my photo.
Yeah.
But sometimes I do the montage to combine several photos. Yeah, but the example that I show in my presentation is from one frame shot, not a montage. Yeah.
Hmm.
Sometimes I do montage. That's a lot of editing.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Couple more questions before we head over to our next speaker. And again, just amazing presentation. But there were a couple questions here that I thought would be important to ask you. We had someone ask, where do you find your models? I think a lot of people struggle with finding people to put in front of the camera. Where do you find people to get in front of the camera?
Yeah, it's very funny if I tell you. I get model. Most of my models are photographer. My friend. Yeah, I get my friend to be model. And sometimes I use my worker in my business place. Yeah, my worker to be a model. It's not professional model. Mostly not professional model. Amateur, but I can direct them to post like a simple gesture, and then to create stories, and they can be directed, and they I think it's not easy actually. If you want to find, it can be your friends or anyone.
Yeah, love that. One of the lessons I learned very early on in my photography career was that a good photographer is great at posing. And so you have to get your models to do what you want them to do.
Photographer.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah,
right.
you're
So
right.
yeah,
You're right.
I mean, what a great idea. Guys, one more time, if you can, please, in the chat, just huge thank you to Hengki for being here. Hengki, my friend, amazing presentation. I mean, every
Thank
time I
you.
see your work, I'm just like inspired would be the right way to phrase it, and I'm also in awe. I'm like, how in the world did that dude do that? And it's you're a special man, one of a kind photographer. Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for being
Mike.
here. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
you greatly. One more time in the chat, guys, please give it up for Hengki. Thank you
Yeah,
guys
thank
so
you. Very
much.
nice to meet you all today. Very nice to meet you all. I'm glad to share my work here.
Thank you, brother.
Okay.
Guys, we're going to take another very short break. I'm talking about 3 minutes. And then when we come back, you're going to watch one of my personal favorite photographers. Actually, all these guys are. I don't want to show favoritism, but you're going to see her work is just absolutely phenomenal. So if you need more coffee like I do, you got 3 minutes because we're coming right back. All right, guys, we'll see you in just a moment. Okay, friends, we are back. So, um, as I mentioned, one of the photographers that we are about to share space with here today is an amazing Pennsylvania-based photographer. She's an occupational therapist, and what she does with her work is about not only creating and bending light, but it's taking these massive leap of faith and this beautiful storytelling to bring to life the thing that she sees. And we're super lucky because the incredible Elizabeth Wilson has hosted a couple webinars for us this year. And to be honest with you, this is the one I'm looking forward to the most. So if you guys please in the chat, welcome her to stage. Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Michael, and for that lovely introduction. And many thanks to Lens Baby, too. Thanks to all the people who are tuning in live today. And for everybody who may be watching this at some other point, I appreciate that you are choosing to spend time here with us in the Lens Baby community and with me. I know and honor that time is valuable. And for you to choose to share it is truly an honor to us as artists and as educators and as Lens Baby trailblazers. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, it's an honor, and we're looking forward to this. So I'm going to give you the floor if you want to cue up your presentation,
All right,
and
sounds
we're going to let
good.
you rock and roll. And guys, trust me, on same as I've said all day, grab your notebook, take your notes. This is one that you want to make sure that you're really paying attention to. And again, the same thing I mentioned with our other speakers, like as you're watching, you are going to see people who have set goals and then use process to make art. And so I'm very excited for this. The floor is yours, my friend. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks again, Michael. And thanks everybody again for being here. So the presentation today is the art of visual layers. And I have tried to share on each image that I took what what lens or optic I used and how I created it. I'm not going to get into every one of exactly how I created them, but just know that that information is there if you need to take a screenshot or you're like, oh, I really like that vibe. And you can see that on each slide. And so here I am. I am someone who is, like Michael said, passionate about bringing my art to life and to doing that, infusing color, infusing light, and adding some energy and vibrance to the stories that I create through my art. And I hope that you experience that through my art today. You can also find me online at Elizabeth Wilson Photography pretty much everywhere. Please note my last name has two L's. So if you are looking for Elizabeth Wilson with two L's, you will find the correct one. And Instagram, Facebook, my website, an email. And I am thankful to be a photographer and an artist. I'm also obviously an educator. I love doing one-on-one mentoring and a Lens Baby trailblazer. So I'm going to start with a little reflection for you. What's your story? And this is a beautiful quote that says, "Let's return to the roots. Let your next shot tell a story that words can't. Let's bring soul back into photography." And I feel like that's what Lens Baby does. So what we're going to be talking about today is how we can add dimension and depth to our visual storytelling. A good photograph is one that communicates a fact, touches the heart, and leaves the viewer a changed person for having seen it. It is, in a word, effective. And I hope you know that the art that you create is making an impact on the viewers of it. And I hope you experience that today as well. So what do you need? What do you need to create depth-filled images? Well, you obviously need a subject and a camera. The camera does not need to be a fancy or expensive camera. It can be your phone, which I recognize also can be expensive, but and if your camera though does have the opportunity to switch out lenses, that is something that you may benefit from. Obviously, you need light and you need you. You are the only one who can tell your story, and you are the only one who sees the world in a particular way and has the opportunity to share how you see the world in that way. Some optional things that I personally like to use, and we'll be sharing about a decent amount today. Lensbaby has macro filters that screw on to the end of some of their lenses and optics, and I will show you them. Or you can get a macro extension tubes. I also like to use Lensbaby Omni films, filters, and crystals. You can also, and I will be talking about how you can be shifting focus, choose lenses or optics that allow for shifting your focal point throughout the frame and or allow you to have a shallow depth of field. And that would mean that your f-stop is a low number, and we'll talk about that more later. You also may want to have a knowledge of how to create a double exposure, whether that is in your camera settings or with an app. Okay, so here's our outline for today. Here's where we're headed. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Lensbaby Omni system. Then I'll talk a little bit about creating multiple exposures and then selective focus. Then I'm going to go into a little bit of examples of using the same subject and creating different stories with that subject. And the last thing I'll be doing is showing you how to combine these techniques that I discussed today and how that can impact the story, and give you a little video example too. So first, we're going to talk about the Lensbaby Omni system. Now, when I talk about that, I do want you to know that there are other things that you can put in front of your lens, and I'll just briefly talk about that. We're talking about double exposures, and then going to shooting through things, layering, and using some selective focus. This image here is a double exposure, by the way. Okay, so Lensbaby Omni. What is it? So when you hear me say that, this is what I am talking about. Lensbaby has these awesome sets of crystals. So this is one of my favorite, the melon wedge. Here's the stretch glass. There are films that you can put in front of your camera. This is the quilted film, and you will see that, and it will become apparent that these are some of my absolute favorites. And if you read any of the emails that they sent out, I started out really struggling with these, and they have quickly become some of my favorite tools. And then they also have these sort of reflective items that have holes in them and different shaped holes, and that you can shoot through. So I call those shoot through, but they are also available as part of the Omni system. Okay, so we're going to start out with the crystals. The crystals tend to add a splash of color, as you can see here. So this is the original image. Shot with a Lensbaby Sol 45, and I did have macro filters on here. And then I put the crystal on the left side of the frame, and you can see it not only adds some splashes of color, and you feel this one feels more alive to me, more energy in this one. It also adds kind of a duplicated effect. You can see how it feels like the petals are repeating themselves. And that's exactly what happened in this image over here. Both of these were taken with a Sol 45, but I focused here on this daisy and then put the repeater crystal out on this side, and you can see how the daisies just sort of started to repeat and duplicated themselves. And I use that to kind of fill in sometimes some dark spaces, or again, to add some energy and light and sense of movement there. Going to talk a little bit about the Omni films. This is the original image taken with a twist 60. And a way that I use these is to add light and color in my images. And what I like to do sometimes, and don't be afraid to do this, is to shift your focus off maybe to one side. This one's pretty dramatic, all the way down in the bottom corner. Again, rules are made to be broken. So this is kind of bending, I'll just call them bending the rules a little bit, the photography rules. So this doesn't really follow a rule of thirds or anything, and filling the whole rest of this empty space with color. And so that is one way that I like to use them, is to add like maybe this one's quite dramatic difference between these two images. And by changing your composition, you have the opportunity to fill more of the frame with light. The technique that I use typically for these, and I will be giving an example of how I do this in demonstration. So never fear, you're going to get to see it in action. But I typically curl. So here again is the base image, I call it a base image, the first image I took without the Omni. And then I curled the pink one around my lens and moved it around a little bit to catch different light. And with Lens Baby, I feel like, and I know that this is spoken about before, but it frees you to embrace creativity and spontaneity, and it almost gives you a playful feel. And I feel like in the day-to-day life of playfulness and spontaneity and freeing our minds to create is a healthy thing, is a benefit for in a variety of ways. And so by doing this, by turning it in different ways, you can not only catch the light in different ways, but you can catch different colors. And you will see how the colors will shift as you shift the Omni quilted film around your lens. Now here, obviously, I was shooting straight into the sun, and I will give you a little bit of a caution, especially with the crystals, that if you are shooting straight into the sun, sometimes it will pick up the sunlight, and amplify it through your lens, and it will become this very, very white spot. And that very, very white spot is, I find, you may use it however you'd like, but I find it becomes a little bit of a distraction because it draws the eye away from your subject. And sometimes it's hard to get out in post-processing. So I would just give you a little caution shooting into the sun with the crystals. But obviously it is possible to shoot into the sun and create a really cool vibe. One of the things I like to do is to have a pile, maybe not a huge pile, maybe a huge pile, at least some different options. And I like to take one subject and see how many different ways I can create different feels, different stories through the same subject. This particular story starts with my son asking me if we could go shopping for a mom. I know this kind of may seem like a random thing for a sixth grade boy to want to do, but he said, "Mom, I love mums. Can we go get one?" So we went to the farmer's market and we chose this mom together. So that's part of my story, how my story starts, that this mom is sitting on my front porch. Well, it was. It has since passed its prime, but now that we have snow on the ground. But it was sitting on my front porch, and the afternoon light was coming in and creating this, lovely bokeh that you have here. And I brought out a few different Omni pieces and wanted to see the different things that I could create with it. So here you can see there's a little bit of blue and yellow color and rays of light. On this one, I used the pink Omni quilted film, and you can see how it filled in the color, so it almost is going monochrome here, with this splash of purple going across the top of it. And then this one, once again, I said I like to change the composition a little bit. And when I put the Omni neon film in front of this lens, it sent these rays of light coming down on top of my subject. And I just had to move my subject down and let the rays of light just flow down on top of it. So as I'm sharing these images, I want you to maybe think and contemplate how different you feel when you look at these different images versus the first image, and how your stories can change and shift simply by using the Omni or putting something else in front of your lens. All right, it is demonstration time. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen real quick. And here we are. So what am I talking about? Well, these are the Omni quilted films. And I'm going to show you how I use them. So obviously I take my lens cap off. And what I typically do is I will take one in my left hand and curl it around my lens. Now I'm going to actually look through my lens so that I can give you a vibe of what I actually do and not I would hypothetically do. Okay. So here we go. I'm looking through here and I would put it in front of my lens like this and then just kind of oh, there, like it, I'm going to take a picture because I'll share it on my Instagram of what I'm getting. And I just kind of twist it around and see what just kind of lights I'm getting. I'm catching my ring light now, so I'm going to move it. And this is actually looking like orangish green. There are 3 different ones of these, and the colors may not be what they seem when I'm showing them here, but this one's kind of a blue. So if you're going for like a blue purple, like on the cooler tone vibe, you could try this one. And this is the pink one. So if you want to add, ooh, that's cool. If you want to add a pink to yours. And then if I'm going for a warmer tones, I usually choose the orangish yellow one. And they do have 2 sides. And you can get multiple colors by just using this one, one thing. So, and that is typically how I shoot with that. Now, these are the Omni neons, and you can stack them to make different color combinations. I personally like the yellow and orange ones the best. And when I do that, I often cover the whole entire frame. So, or at least the top. And I will like tilt them back and forth to try to catch different light. But they do have the tendency, if you're shooting towards the sun, to get those cool sun rays that are coming down with those. So those are those. I have, this is the melon wedge, but there are multiple different crystals that choices, and each one gives its own look, its own vibe. But again, I'm going to look through my camera so I can show you exactly what I do. And I put it in front of my lens and I twist it around like this. And I'm also sometimes tilting it out or tilting it in. So you get a different look. And this is the experimentation. This is the play. This is the being open to what is this going to do today? This is a rainbow film. I'm not even sure. Yeah, there you can get the rainbow vibe. Again, putting it in front of your lens. I do want to show, and here is an example of something that you would shoot all the way through. So this is going to give you like a stripe vibe. But I do want to show you the Omni system. Lens Baby is genius in that they have created this one, if you order an Omni, you typically get the system, which has this piece that screws onto the end. This is the Velvet 56. And then they have these magnets, and you can attach the Omni pieces. This is with a clamp, and this is all the crystals. Let me pull this off here. There we go. All the crystals have a magnet, and so they hook on here. And these, I do not use these as often as I handheld, but I do use them sometimes, and they're great for when you're just starting out because you can control where it is and then it'll stay put. So you don't have to worry. I know a lot of times people get concerned about like, how do you keep the image in focus and at the same time fool around with this? And that's a lot of practice, but I would encourage you to focus first with the lens and then start messing around, not messing around, playing around, being curious about, experimenting with, going on an adventure with your Omni. And again, they will stay where you put them. So, and again, you also only have one hand. So if you want to use two different Omnis at the same time, then this system is also great. I do want to show you how it is used on the Composer Pro. There's one that clamps onto the end of that. And so this is the Edge 50. And then I have a couple things just clamped on there to show you how, and then again, you just move them in front of the lens, twist them around. They can be all the way twisted. And so that is how the Omni system works. I am thinking that some of you may have questions at this point, and please put them in the Q&A. Michael will be managing that. And so if you do have questions about the Omni system or as we go along, please just pop them in the Q&A. All righty. I did want to say that there are other things that you can put in front of your lens as well. You can put prisms, you can put your glass of water. You can shoot through anything really. You can use natural objects. The other day I shot through flowers. So I was taking a picture of a flower and I shot through flowers with my other hand. So the possibilities and opportunities are truly endless. All right, I'm going to pop back to my presentation here. Alrighty, we did the demonstration and we are moving on to double exposures. All right, so if you have a camera that has the capability to do multiple exposures in camera, find out how to do that. How do you do that? Yes, you actually have to go to the owner's manual, unless you feel like playing around with all the screens, which I'm not one of those kind of people. I like to just know the specific steps. So the specific steps can be found, I'm sure, on a YouTube tutorial somewhere, and or Google or search up or actually get out your printed manual for your camera so you can figure out how to do this. What I typically do is I will see a scene and I will take what I call, again, a base image, and then you can use live view, you can use the digital viewfinder on your camera to layer a second shot. In this image, I thought this one was pretty fun because the the boat came through. And obviously it was gone by the time I composed my second shot. So there's a boat in one image and not a boat in the second image. And I thought that was kind of fun. And you can see how it appears as if the boat's moving through the water and also that the people are walking. So it gives this cool sense of movement. In this one, this was taken in on a vacation in Austin, Texas this summer. And when you're shooting the sun, it is often a good idea to line up the sun with the sun, or else you get two suns, and that's kind of, to me, that looks a little funky. So I did one that was more in focus, and then you can see the trees I made out of focus in the second image. And so it gave that sense of the trees were rustling and the river was flowing, and the breeze, maybe there was a breeze. So it gives that sense of motion, of movement. That a still image is no longer still. You can also mix it up a little bit and add some intentional camera movement. So in one of these images, I took the first image was still of the trees, and then the next image, I slowed down the shutter speed and moved my camera and got this sense of, it almost looks like a dripping painting with the reflection in the water. So you can layer just about any different types of images. Here I just moved slightly, but I found that it was, if you use an image that has strong shadows, it can really add a lot of depth and mystery. So that's another way to tell a story with your double exposures. This one, you don't have to take a picture of the same thing in a double exposure. So, for example, this was a super hot day, and I actually have a behind the scenes of how I took this image on my Instagram. But you start with I started with a base image. It was a super hot day in the summer. I spritzed my rose that I had received for my birthday with water droplets. So I used a little water droplets there. And so that was my base image. And then my second image, I actually sprayed one of the Omni quilted films with water and put it into the light. And you can see how I created all these little like bubbly bokeh water droplets and layered that on top of my image. So you can see that's really coming through at the top of this. And it kind of almost looks like the water is raining down or dripping down in and through the image of the rose. Okay. I know people are used to with my art pictures of macro or flowers, but I do sometimes take pictures of people. And I wanted to give an example of how cool double exposures can be and how compelling the stories can be when you include people. I'm going to start with this one. These are my kids standing on the edge of the reservoir. And they were just throwing rocks into the water. And obviously, I was quite a bit away from them. And so I gave them their space to just be, to just do, to just play, and to be kids and explore. But I loved how in the sequential moments in time, here's my daughter as an example. She's bending over, and then she had just tossed a rock into the water. Same with my son. He's bending over and he had tossed a rock. So these sequential moments in time give this to me like a nostalgic feel, but also the sense that there was a vibrant action going on here. And with this image, I was really focused on these two people playing ball. You can see their balls right there. And how energized, you can feel the anticipation of this guy getting ready to catch the ball that had just been thrown. So I love catching it almost right after another, not like high speed continuous, but a slight pause and then capture. This one, my daughters were doing strawberry picking, and they have a cool connection. So anyway, they were obviously picking strawberries. So here they are bent over, and then they got up and they were doing some high five, and I love how this gives you a sense of, the balance of work and play. And it amplified that, we can do things on our own, but we are all really connected. So I don't know what these stories are saying to you, but that's what they say to me. Here's just a simple double exposure self-portrait. And actually, this was taken exactly where I am right now using the ring light that I'm using right now. And so it doesn't need to be a fancy space, but so this is my basement. And in here, sometimes with double exposures, it's pretty cool to have some negative space. So you can see this is the first image I took, and there's a lot of negative space over here, and over here just emptiness. And so to fill that with something, obviously I filled it with a natural element of the flower. And then you can see my face is kind of really blurred out there. But the layering of the natural elements and filling in the negative space is another way to tell a really compelling and moving story. One more way that I like to use double exposures is to get a sense of movement through a duplication idea. And so we'll talk about but the idea is that you take an image and then just move a slight little bit, and you take another image, and these can be right after one another. But I like to emphasize, I'll show you this one because I actually use the Omni quilted film on this one. So you can see how it almost feels like these petals are on fire, like they are moving up in this direction, and there's some light and life into them. So that is another way you can use double exposures to tell some like vivid and moving stories. All right, I am going to, again, if you have questions on that, please pop them in the Q&A. I'm going to move on to the layering portion of my storytelling, storytelling, how to create storytelling images. So first you want to find some objects that are on, I call repeat, that are repeating, that there are multiples of. And I like to focus on one of them that is in the middle layer. So that way you can discover some natural framing, and you can imagine how different this would feel if I had focused on this image, this flower right here, or this one in the front, and everything else would be blurry. Now I am using, again, a shallow depth of field, which means that the f-stop is low. So you're thinking like f2, f3, f4. And most of the Lens Baby lenses, you can change that. And if it's not, if it's like the Sol 45 where it's fixed at 3.5. So you are going to get a shallow depth of field. As I go through here, I would love for you to think about how the story changes, as these were taken with the Velvet 85. And here, obviously, the focus is on this guy in the right, in the front right. And, you know, the sun is up here kind of as a hazy background. And then the next shot, I obviously shot more focals in the middle of all these repeating flowers, so it gives a sense of depth. And in this one, there's much more sky. So I'm not sure which one I like best at this moment. I guess it perhaps of which story I was telling at the moment. But it just gives you an idea of in a matter of a few moments how you can shift and change the story by just changing your focal point. Again, here we have a flower. These were multiple flowers in a garden, and my neighbor's garden actually, and focused on the image in the front. I thought, oh, that's cool, and I'm still getting the bokeh with a Sol 45, and I was like, sometimes what I like to do, and I encourage you to do as well, is to just change your focal point a little bit and see what you can see. See how things change and what a difference it makes when I spotted this little orange flower, and I was like, yay, that's the one I want to focus on, because it felt surrounded, it felt held, it felt supported, and it also felt free to share its light. And so that's the story and emotions that one draws up for me. And so just think about what the difference between an emotion, or maybe you feel no emotion at all towards this one, and how that changes when you shift your focus into the middle of the frame and let the viewer feel like they're peering in. I do want to talk a little bit about the Sol 45. You will see that a lot of the images that I have taken are with the Sol 45. I'm going to stop sharing really quickly, but before I do that, I want you to get an idea of, if you can see how this looks like painterly, the background looks painterly. I'm going to show you how the Sol 45 does that, and how a few different other optics that Lens Baby have the capacity to do that. This one is with the Velvet 85, and I just love it because it feels like it's glowing, but you can see there's some in the foreground, some here right beside, and then some in the background that give that sense of depth. So I'm going to stop sharing real quick to show you the Sol 45. Super compact, but it has these awesome little things called bokeh blades. And what you can do is slide them. They are adjustable. So you can slide them all the way across your image. You can just shoot through one side, or you can frame your image. And that's typically what I do, but not always. Sometimes I like to shoot the whole way through just to get the whole dramatic painterly feel. But of course, then you can move them off and not use them at all. But that's a way also to create a sense of depth and movement, is to shoot through things. And Lens Baby also has their double glass 2 and their soft focus 2 and their creative bokeh optic all come with these drop-in discs. And I'm going to show you, see this right here. That is one of the drop-in discs. They're magnetic, and so they come, you can pull them out with a magnet that's on the end of the case and switch them out. But each one adds a different sense of depth and its own sense of layering. Because if you think about it, you're shooting through a layer of magnetic shapes. And so that is a way that you can, again, add some depth, movement, energy to your storytelling. All right, I just wanted to make sure I showed you all that. So I'm going to go back to my presentation. Here we are. All righty. Now this one, this one's pretty important to me, and it may not seem like much, but it is. So when I first saw this image, I'm like, ah, the sunset's so beautiful. So I obviously had focused on, this is using an edge, so there is a slice of focus. And I was focused on the sun rays, the sunset reflecting off of the water, and then some of the grasses. So obviously there's a lot of layering here, but this was the sun was my focal point. But I couldn't help but feel like the tree was the actual story here. And so and I will give a demonstration of how you do this with Lens Baby. Some of the Lens Baby optics, particularly the Composer Pro 2, that you can shift your focus. So I shift my focus over here to the left to make sure that the tree was a focal point of my story. And then and then just, if you look at these two images, how is it different to you? It's just a slight shift in focus. It's a slight amount of time that it took me to do this. And yet the story is drastically, to me, different. Again, here are examples of how you can focus on different areas of your subject. Obviously, here is focused on the center, and here is focused on the very tip of the edge of the petal. If you change your aperture, if I had changed my aperture in this one to maybe like f8, so much more of that daisy would be in focus. And perhaps that's the story I wanted to tell, of all the little droplets covering the daisy instead of just the tips. So experiment with that. Change your aperture while you're photographing. Definitely switch up your angle. You can tell that I've taken these from all different sorts of angles. Here, I even shot through the petals to get to the center, where here it's just the center. And here I took it absolutely from above. So you can see the droplet in the center of the daisy, and then everything else just kind of fades away. But by doing that, think about how different each of these stories are. Same subject, just different stories. Here, okay. So part of this story is that it was like -9 degrees outside. So I had to work very quickly because my hands do not function very well in the freezing cold, especially that freezing. But I wanted to take the edge out and capture different elements of these super cool ice-covered branches. So here, the focus is on the ones in the front. Then I gradually moved to ones in the middle. And here, I drastically shifted and tilted my lens to the left so I could get these hiding back in here and all of this negative space. And I almost feel like, I mean, obviously I made this one the biggest because I like it the best, but for me, it's the most compelling because it let the most light in. And also it gave a sense of what else is out there. What else is beyond this. And And I hope that you can feel that too. Okay, I'm going to give you a little demonstration about the tilting of the Lens Baby so you can get an idea of how this works in practical. So there is a little ring here that locks and unlocks. So when you first start, if you're first starting out with Lens Baby, I do recommend that you lock it in the center so you can work on your manual focus, because they are all manual focus lenses. And that is one of the most life-changing things that has been in my art, is to focus all completely manual. Huh, amazing. And then you can tilt your lens once it's unlocked, obviously. Then you're able to tilt your lens. You can tilt it up and down. I'm not sure if you can see exactly what I'm doing, but you see how it's tilted, and that will change the focal point. And so I do encourage you to shift it around a little bit and see how it gives a different look. The Sol 45 also does that. So it also, and it's really hard for me to unlock there. I unlock when it's not on my camera, not in general. It's easy to unlock in general, but you can see how it shifts around too. So when I first got started with the Sol 45, I did keep it locked in the center for a good portion of time, but then start getting creative, start experimenting, start exploring how tilting the lens. And I will tell you that, especially with this Sol 45, if you're shooting into the light, it's sunlight with the bokeh blades on, and you tilt it, you can get some amazing sun rays. Some of my favorite sun rays come from that. So we're going to keep moving on here. And I'm going to just show you some same subject, different stories. So this is the subject, a dogwood tree, and this is a double exposure. So you can see the original image and then the layered image. Again, just think like perhaps this was the original image. I didn't have one that was just this dogwood, but then I obviously filled it in with the Omni color. So, and this image is actually the backdrop for my computer right now. I just love the light and color and vibrance, and the sense that the petals are looking up gives me a hopeful feel. Again, here are some base images. Here's an image of a budding flower, and then I added the Lens Baby Omni film, and you can see just how the energy just flew into this image. This one, super cool, like kind of hazy window. And then when I added the Omni film at the bottom, it almost feels like fire and ice to me. Like it feels like it's exploding with energy. Again, sunflower field, drastic light, and then filled that darkness in with some Omni rainbow feel. Again, I happen to love this image on its own. The drama, the contrast, the mystery of what's in the background. And yet at the same time, when I added the Omni on top of it, I feel like it almost felt like you could feel the petals in the flower. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about how I combine techniques. You can see in this one, the edge is focused all the way at the right. So almost the whole thing's blurred, but I did want to get this super cool rainbow flare that the edge 50 gives. And so I focused down there so I could get the flare, and then combining them in a double exposure turned out like this. Again, I happen to love this image. This is what the forest feels like to me. And you can tell that the forest is a special place to me because I get in my groove there. But you can see I kept the sun where it was. So I didn't want any duplicate sunshines going on here. And but I did shift and tilt my focus. So you can see the focus is here on this one, but the focal line is here and this one. It gave me two different rainbow flares, and when I layered them, it turned out like this golden, vibrant forest. That's the kind of the energy that it gives me. I'm going to move to the next one, and I think it's going to start to play the video automatically. So I'm just going to give you an idea of what's happening. I'm showing you through my camera how I'm using the Lens Baby Omni neon in front of my lens and how it changes. So there's I put it right in front of the sunshine. And obviously the whole way in front. And I just wanted to show you what it looked like. And then I'm going to bring it back and tilt it a little bit. And just to the point where I wanted those rays. And here is what came out of it. So this image, you can see the focus is over here, but the Omni I used just in the bottom left. So that's about where I ended the video. Here, the focus is way over here, which you kind of can't even see. So it almost looks like the forest is a blurred, like a magical wonderland, and the light is just radiating out towards the left. And here you can tell that I used the Omni Mini mostly all the way in front of my lens. So it just sent out these radiating rays of light. Okay, so I'm going to kind of finish up with the way I started in What's Your Story? A true photograph should make people feel something: joy, pain, hope, fear, love, nostalgia. And it may be all of those things at once in your image. It may be just one, and it could change throughout the day of what your story, what your emotions, what you're feeling, and what you're trying to portray. But ultimately, photography is about us. It's a tool for the exploration of our common humanity and a vehicle for promoting its best values. I think that's the power that we have as photographers, is that we are visual storytellers, and stories connect. They are a way that it makes people feel not so alone. It makes people feel included and part of a community. And at Lens Baby, that's what we are. And so I hope that you will choose to share your story. You are the only one who can tell your story, and your story is valuable. It is valued, and know that it is benefiting other people, whether you receive feedback on it or not. Know that it is bringing light, and it is changing lives, and it is bringing an impact into our world that so desperately needs opportunities to connect and feel a sense of belonging. All righty. This is the time for questions. So I'm going to let Michael take that away.
Yeah. First, just guys in the chat, huge thank you for Elizabeth for such a absolutely phenomenal and inspiring presentation. One of the images you had, I don't know what the flowers are called, so I apologize, but you're like, the films make it look like it's on fire.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, that's so true. And what a great descriptive way to talk about the work. And I think sometimes we kind of lose track of, like, it should be fun and playful and maybe sometimes a little bit weird and strange and all of those things. And so I really vibe with that. Guys, if you have questions, please throw them in the Q&A. Honestly, our team has done such a great job of answering the questions that folks have been tossing in.
Oh, okay.
But if you have specific questions for Elizabeth, we have her for a couple more minutes, so throw them in there. I have a question for you. Same question I'm asking everyone today, kind of in alignment with our theme. We look at this idea of imposter syndrome kind of existing in front of our art, especially today. We live in a world where everything's perfect, and everything's fitted, and everything has to be kind of like this. How do you navigate putting your art out into the world? Right. So much of what Shoot Extraordinary and this event is for me is inspiring people to go and just go for it, to put it out there.
Yeah.
What's been your journey to getting to that place, from here I am in the beginning to here I am now teaching and the awards and the spotlights and all of those things? Like, what has that been like for you?
Yeah, I love that question because I feel like that's become part of my mantra is like, we need you to share your art. And I think part of what helped me to do that is to realize that I'm not like anybody else, and there is no pressure for me to create like anybody else. And I think about the first time that I picked up a Lens Baby was actually the Sweet 35. And when I did that, I captured my children playing in water. And if you've ever taken the Sweet to water, you will know that it just feels so alive. And that feeling of like this image isn't necessarily all in focus, but it makes me feel something. And I feel like that has what's taken me and given me confidence to share and to turn off the idea that and to recognize that not everybody is going to like what I create or even like get what I create, but that's not what it's about. And it is about that unique expression, that each person has this unique expression, and recognizing that there is absolute value in sharing that. And knowing that even if it touches one person, even if that's just yourself, there's a purpose to it. So I don't
Mm.
know if that answers the question, but
Yeah, I love that. And I agree with, I think it's got to be about you. And I think when I see the best artists and creatives, entrepreneurs, whoever it is in the world, they're filling their cup. And,
yeah,
and here's what's interesting too, and this is just a little side tangent.
yeah,
Now on social, you don't know if it's a person or an AI. So it's like you should just put it out there,
yeah, right.
Um, interesting question. I actually love this question. Is there a photo you've taken in 2025 that has spoken to you the most?
Wow. Spoken to me the most. Hmm. Well, I think I'm gonna go back to the one of the images that I started with in my presentation, and I may just go back there real quick. Is
Yeah,
that
bring it
okay?
up, please. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We have a couple more minutes.
Um, oh, I might not be able to do it. Well, I'll have to, sorry about this.
No
Just give me
worries.
1 second. It's just gonna take a second to get back there, but it's this one. Um, and I think part of the reason it speaks to me, oh my goodness, I hope I don't cry right now, is that it totally wasn't what I was expecting, right? I went into the sunflower field. We have a local a farmer who plants sunflower fields. And if you've ever been in a sunflower field, you know how awe-inspiring that is, how there's this sense of being filled with glowing light, even if the sun isn't out. And I went, and of course I had to free my mind of what might happen this day, because that's one of the things I always do, especially when I'm taking images of something that I've already photographed before. I've already photographed the sunflower field for like 15 years straight. But this one feels so free and hopeful and open and just anticipatory to me. The way that, when you think of sunflowers, you think that they're upright, but here the petals are focused upward, and then all this light. This came from the Omni neon, actually. All this light coming down on those petals, and then filling the bottom of the frame with this just like glow. I felt yeah, so this is one, I would say this is one of my favorites, and I hope I probably didn't do justice in describing, because sometimes again, a picture's more than words, but that one really speaks to me this year.
Yeah, I love that. It's absolutely beautiful image.
Thank you.
And it just kind of shows that you can go to the same place and do the same thing for a very long time and end up with completely different results.
Oh yeah.
Um, Elizabeth, thank you so much for such a beautiful presentation. Guys, in the chat, just one more time, huge thank you. Show Elizabeth some love. We appreciate you. That was beautiful. Thank you for taking your time to inspire us all today. And we appreciate you so much.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you again, Michael and Lens Baby team. I know there's a whole team working behind this. I also want to honor the other people who are sharing and speaking today. Please take time to engage in their presentations as well, because I know you're going to get so much out of this. And I just look forward to you sharing your art. Like Michael said, embracing your unique vision of the world and sharing it and bringing light to our world. It's just exciting and awesome. So thank you.
Yes, and thank you. Guys, we appreciate you. Thank you all so much for being here, for being a part of this. We are actually going to take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, you might want to get some snacks. If not, you're going to try to eat your screen, because we have an amazing food photographer who's going to share some beautiful insights with us. A couple of us got a little bit of a sneak peek of her slides, and we were like, whoa. So that said, 10-minute break. We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes. right, folks, we are back. I feel like we need a more subtle transition. Now that I'm watching this in real time, I'm like, we're gonna timer live. We need like a fun video in between. Maybe we'll do that next year. Anyway, guys, thank you. Hope you all grab snacks, grab some more coffee, water, whatever it is. Make sure you stay hydrated. I'm so excited for our next speaker and what they are presenting on because I don't know about you guys, but I am a huge fan of food and still life photography. And our next speaker, Jerry Jones, is an award-winning instructor. She hails from Buffalo, cold Buffalo, and her presentation today is one that I am thoroughly excited about. Jerry, welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. It is freezing today here. The only thing that's going to make me warm is if the Buffalo Bills win this Sunday again. Please, please.
I know you guys are constantly tortured as Bills fans. That said,
Yes.
we're not here to talk about football. We're here to talk about
Right.
photography. And I know that we got a little bit of a sneak peek the other day of what you're going to be sharing with us. And I know that I speak for myself when I say I'm super excited for this. If you want to go ahead and pull up your slides, make sure we're good to go. Guys, this is one I'm telling you, you're going to be completely blown away. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Stay here for this one because it's going to be phenomenal. Jerry, my friend, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me just get rid of this. Whoops, I did the wrong thing. I think I have to reshare.
No worries. Take your time. We can see it.
You can. I somehow minus the view here. I didn't mean to do that.
No worries. You might just need to close it and open it back up.
Okay, let me just do that.
Yeah, no worries. We have time. And guys, like I said before, this is live. Sometimes things are going to work, sometimes they're not.
When I'm sharing it, because I tried to minus my own self, I can't seem to reshare it.
Oh,
Okay,
interesting.
try this. There I am. Okay.
Yeah, we can see the slides. We have you on the screen.
Okay, got it. I pressed the wrong button before.
No
Okay,
worries.
I'm here.
All right, great.
Okay, so one of the reasons I do a lot of still life photography and I do a lot of flowers and I do other things too. But one of the reasons I wanted to do this for this conference that we're having today is because guess what? It's the holidays. So we're all into eating a lot of food. We're going to be at our families' homes, friends' homes. We're going to be sharing lots of food, and so I'm going to give you some ideas for bring your camera with you. Okay, when you go over to your mother's house or your brothers or sisters or whoever, bring your camera with you because people go out of their way during the holidays to set up beautiful table settings and all of that, and they make great pictures. So I got started with doing still life and food photography about 10 years ago. And when I first started doing it, I was mostly using my 50 millimeter regular Nikon lens. And then I was still shooting with lens babies then, but then I transitioned into using more of my lens babies because I started looking through magazines and noticing that a lot of the magazines were using sort of blurred images that really focused on the main subject. And they were either using lens babies or something to create it to look that way. So I pulled out my lens babies and started using those. So you're going to see a few images here taken with my regular 50 millimeter lens, because if you don't have a lens baby, maybe this will convince you to get one if you want to get into still life. My main lens that I love is my Velvet 56, and I'll tell you why when I get to my lens choices. So I'm going to talk about lighting. I'm going to talk about the angle of view and lens choices, backgrounds, tabletop surface, and styling, all of those things. So, and I try to put on all of my slides what lens that I did use. Okay, so at the bottom, I'm not going to give you apertures. I might have a couple of those because it all depends on your lighting and everything. But what I do when I do still life, I don't have a fancy studio. I use window, mostly all window natural light. I'll show you on occasions when I don't. But so I'm going to talk about indirect and diffuse light and sometimes some direct light coming through a window. And I use window light, and that creates shadows, depth, and dimension. And when I pick a window, and you all have a good window in your house, trust me, you need to go around if you want to try this and find out which window you want to use and what has the best lighting during the day. If it's an east facing window, west, south, whatever. I'm lucky I have a south facing window, so I get a lot of good light mostly during the day, but it's different as it moves along the sky. So, and another good thing is living in Buffalo, we don't get a lot of sun, direct, big sunshiny skies. So we have a lot of diffuse light in the winter. And I do most of my still life photography in the winter because there's not a lot of other things except snow to shoot around here in the window. And that's what really got me started doing it. It kept me busy with my photography in the winter time. So, and I'll talk a little more about what else it'll teach you. So using light to impact mood and style. The hardest thing for me to learn, and I kind of self-taught myself still life, was the angle and view, and besides my lens choices. Shooting with an angle, when you have something set up on a table, you want to start out maybe just shooting straight on. But then as I got more creative, I started using other angles, and I'll talk about that, and you'll see it in some of my images. So, and then also how your lens choice and aperture affect your angle and story. And backgrounds, tabletop surface, and styling becomes a problem if you want to get into this a little bit, but I have some shortcuts to that because if I didn't want to spend a lot of money going on B&H and buying quote unquote portrait backgrounds or backgrounds for this. So I ended up creating a lot of my own. And I won't get into a ton of detail because I'm time constricted, but I'm going to give you some ideas for some of that. So if you have a small table, like a 24 by 24 inch table, you can start out at using window light and do a setup, a very small setup, and go from there. So this is one of the images. I had a friend contact me who also does photography, and she had found out about this contest they were having for still life, and she was encouraging me to send this image to it, and it was through the American Society of Media Photographers, and they were having this contest in 2018. And I thought, I went on to the website and I looked at some of the images, and I thought, oh, I don't know if I'm up to par to submit something to this, because it was being juried by the Food Network and New York restaurant New York restaurant owners. So, but I did. I submitted it, and I actually got a third place winner with this image. The ones that won were crazy. I mean, beautiful, beautiful images. But mine was rather simple, and I got a third place. And that sort of prompted me to keep going and do a little more still life. So the things that I learned when I started doing still life, it taught me so much. It was like a self-teaching course for me. It taught me about composition, light, shadows, color, angles, and framing, lens choices, which I got into my lens babies with this, creativity. So it's like a self-paced course but you're the teacher. Especially when you're using natural light coming through a window. You see how the shadows and the light affect your subject. And so when the light is coming through the window, I always want side light coming through a window, either one side or the other. That way one side is lit brighter and the other side goes into shadows. And that's what gives you depth. When you have front light coming in just straight on from the front, it's very flat, and you want to avoid that. So a small window, you'd be shocked at how much light comes through with that. So I'm going to give you some examples. So my lens choices for still life, I started out with my 50 millimeter prime lens. It's a fixed focal length, and it's also considered normal perspective and view, how we see things with our own eyes. So it gives you very little distortion. When you get into a wider lens, like you see here, I use the Velvet 28. I can still work with that. I've done still life with it. I have to do a little bit of cropping because of my setup. I'm not in a huge studio, so it's a little wider than I normally like, but I still can use it and I love it. But the 56 is perfect. It's the perfect focal length. So anything in the 50-ish range, whatever lens you have, and a lot of the lens, maybe, especially their optics, in the optic swap system, are in that 50 millimeter range. I think every one they have is in at least that, no matter which one you choose. Another one of my favorites is the Twist 60, and I'll have images to show you with that. So I also use vintage lenses. I'm a collector of vintage lenses, and I find it funny because I consider and I didn't start using them until after I got into Lens Baby and just loved the effects that Lens Babies give me. And I got a little bit into vintage lenses. And I kind of feel like my vintage lenses are cousins to my Lens Baby lenses, because some of them give me very similar effects, but a little bit different. And a good example of that is the Twist 60, which is a Petzval design lens. And it gives you all this wonderful, beautiful, swirly bokeh around the edges. And I have a vintage Helios 44-2 lens, and that does the same thing, only in all honesty, and I use that one a lot for flowers as well as my Twist. But for still life, I love my Twist 60 over that lens every time. And I also use that for flowers. It's a little easier to use, and I can get more twist by changing the aperture and so forth, but I'll talk about that. So this is a tip for you. When I first started out, I was shooting everything straight on. I was getting down and using a 90 millimeter angle straight ahead, and not really lifting my lens up to try a different angle, like a 45-degree angle or down a little further. And then I discovered, once I got my setup up, I could move myself around. So the way straight on with this particular shot you see here would be for me to move around and have everything in the same plane of focus, so flat. But sometimes that's not as interesting. So what I did here is I actually moved myself around and shot so that this was in focus, and then it gradually blurs out. And that's kind of my goal. I don't necessarily want every single thing in focus. That's why I love Lens Babies. They give me the ability to do a selective focus, especially with the Velvet, with all this creamy, dreamy blur that's not crunchy. So, and the light is beautiful with the Velvet because it just kind of melts over your images, and you want that side light. So and you can see here, my window light, if you look closely, was coming off to the left side. How do you know that? You look and see my shadows. My shadows from the spoon are here, from the strawberry are here. They're subtle because I shot this at f4 and I wasn't stopping it way, way down, which is what I want. I want those lovely kind of soft shadows. Now, if I had shot this straight on, everything would be in the same light and I wouldn't have that depth. So that's why I love the Velvet so much. It's really kind of my go-to. So it's a 56 millimeter lens. And again, you have more glow at brighter apertures. And when I'm shooting flowers with this lens, I tend to go more in the f3 range or f2 range, and maybe down to f4. But when I'm doing still life, I tend to go with a little more detail. So I'm usually shooting around f4 to f5.6 in that range for my still life, because I do want some detail in the background and I don't want the glow to overwhelm it, but I still get this beautiful, lovely glow that makes it look vintage, you know, like an older lens, but I still have, and the colors, at least with my Nikon, are totally different. And I'll show you an example of that. And again, the 56 millimeter is a great focal length. So here's a side-by-side view of my regular 50 millimeter lens, the same cake. I made this cake. It was scrumptious, honestly. Um, uh, if you're into baking, I follow a girl on Instagram called Curly Girl, and she has the best recipes. I love them. Her photography is also beautiful. I think she might even use a lens baby with some of her photography, her food photography. So was one of her cakes that she had posted the recipe for, and it's actually it was like it had like a sort of chocolatey mocha flavor to it, and so did the frosting. So and I enjoy baking a lot. I think it's so pretty. So you see here on the left side my 50 millimeter lens shot at f4, and you see my velvet on the right side shot at f4, my velvet 56. Which lens do I like better? I like the velvet because it has a more dreamy glow on my supporting subjects that you see here. It gives me a different color, a more warm out of camera. I mean, I could warm that image up in the left and get a similar look, but I also like, if you see that cake, there is some sprinkled sugar all over it. And this has got a little more kind of crunchy feel when you look at the sugar, my regular 50 millimeter shot at f4. But when you look at the right, it just looks more creamy, more appetizing to me. So what I do when I'm getting something set up for still life is I am always going to pull out all my lenses, and I use a lot of lens babies doing this, but I have them all setting out at the table, and I'll start out maybe shooting with my regular 50 millimeter or my 56, and then I will pull out other lenses and shoot it also, so I get a different look. So that's kind of the way I work. So these were both shot with the 56. And another thing that I do, I go to the trouble of baking a beautiful cake like that. I'm going to swap out different props. So this was taken on my dining room table on the left side. And it was during Christmas time last year. And I had some of my Christmas decorations out. So I put my deer in the background. And with, a shallow depth of field, they're back there, but they're not, taking over the story, which is the cake. And then I added a few sparkles you see there in the top in post-processing, which I will do once in a while. And then I'm going to shoot it straight down because you can't really see inside the cake there and see all the edges of all the frosting on it. So that's another way that I will do it. I will shoot down. I'm going to talk about that's really a flat lay. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So what I do is I tend to get my first setup and then go from there, try different angles, shooting it maybe down a little bit and all the way down like a flat lay like you see, and coming in at different angles. So work it, work it, work it. So this is another one of my favorite optics to use, which is the Twist 60, which I just briefly talked about. It has that Petzval design, and you get all this twistiness in the background. The trick to this optic, and I love it for anything, but when I first pulled it out for my still life, I was shocked. I was like, is this going to work out for that? I absolutely love it. So how you get the most twists with this is you need to have separation. So you're going to be, I'm about probably maybe 4 feet away from my setup here, and I'm taking this picture, and my background in the back is actually a printed texture. Some of my backgrounds I've printed large on maybe a 2-foot by 3-foot piece and glue it to a foam core board, and it'll be just a texture, and I can use that for a backdrop. And this is a piece of wood here. So my setup is pulled out in front a little bit, so there's separation from the background. And when I focus with that optic, the wider that you focus it, the wider open, the more twist you get. So again, you're here, the subject is back a little bit, and then your background is further away. And that goes for anything you shoot with this optic. That could be a person, it could be anything. When you're out in the field, you'll get it's awesome for flower photography, like a group of flowers where you've got in the distance some other sort of foliage. It'll give you that twisty. I can't say enough how much I love this optic. So it just brings back a feeling of sort of vintage to me. And a lot of the Lens Babies do that, only they're a modern take on it, which is what I really like about it. So, and the other thing I have to tell you about this optic is that what it did for me when I first started using it and I learned how to get the twist, you know, is I started looking around. What can I do with this optic? And I started looking for things that would twist. So it allowed me to sort of pre-visualize how I could create something special. And I don't think any other lenses that I've ever used, my regular lenses, ever made me have that feeling. You know, I mean, it's pretty much focus, snap on your regular lens. You got automatic focus. These lenses inspired me to be more creative, and in particular, this particular one made me feel like, what else can I make twists with this? Another thing you could make beautiful twists with this is a tree. Go up when there's light filtering through a tree with leaves in it and shoot. Focus on your center spot is going to be your most focus. So and then it goes out from there. And so it was just anything, and it made me start pre-visualizing and thinking about what I wanted to shoot. And that was a whole new way for me to see things. So I can't say enough what Lens Baby has done for me as a photographer. It's totally changed the way I see, the way I think, the way I process in my head, how I might want to bring something forth. So, so this is the Sweet 60. Which is another optic that I'll use. And this is what I started noticing when I first started doing food photography, is going through food photography magazines and seeing all of that selective blur like that, and found it so interesting. And right away I saw it and I'm like, they're either using a Lens Baby or they're artfully trying to do it in post-processing, which I would much rather do it in camera, which is another reason I love Lens Babies. Right then and there, my vision, I look through and I put my vision into place and figure out what I want to do. Everything's all manual. I'm in control of everything. And when I get an image I really like, it's like, wow, you know, it's the process, the whole process of doing it. You've taught yourself something, and it's just out in the field. It's another way that it's totally changed my photography. And again, I'm not really out in the field. I'm in my home in the winter doing this, and I can still be creative with these lenses. So you would bend the Composer Pro. I think Liz talked about that a little bit, gave you a little showing you how she used that. You would bend it and you would get your focus exactly where you want it. So here it's real easy to see. I bent it and I got my focus on the detail in these old pieces of silverware, and let the blur just kind of blur out into the corner and top of the image. And it gives you this directional blur and sort of bokeh, which I just love. I think it's so artful. So I love it for that. And then if you leave it straight ahead and don't bend it, you're going to get an image more like this. Yeah, there's some blur in the corners, but it's giving you a more central blur. So it's very creative in that way. You can put that spot exactly where you want it and get all this beautiful flow like you see here on my props coming out. But you're looking straight at that cupcake, and then your eye is just kind of wandering over a bit. But and that's what I love about the softness, the blur. So I shoot manual mode, and that controls your depth of field and light. And of course you have to for a Lens Baby. And that also changed I shot regular macro lenses for years before I got into Lens Baby. So I always shot manual. If you're a macro photographer, you know that you probably shoot manual for everything instead of auto. And that gives you a precise point where to place where you want your sharpness. So, and it's going to control your depth of field and your light as well. So the first thing that I do is my first thing that I want to get my photo exactly how I want it, my first consideration is always going to be aperture with a lens baby. So in other words, that's going to control how much light and how much blur I get. So I'm either going to shoot, depending what I want to do, really wide open. I'm going to get more effect with a lens baby, and this kind of goes for all lens babies. If I stop it down, I'm still going to have the effect, but it's going to be more mild. So I get to choose that, and that's awesome. I'm not, I'm in charge of everything, my light, my aperture, and the effect with the lens baby, which is so different than a regular focus lens where you're just pressing the button. I get to make all of these choices to interrelate to one another and tell the story that I want. So but again, I always start with my aperture because that's going to control the effect. And then I go from there and adjust my ISO and my shutter speed to what I need. So some general tips about aperture and focus. Should you use a tripod? Well, your first consideration, again, like I said, is going to be aperture, especially with a lens baby. The quality of light is balanced with your ISO and shutter speed after you've chosen your aperture. And then, do you need free hands to hold up a large reflector? Well, I do sometimes because a lot of times I can set my reflector up, but I do a lot of what I call moody photography with my flower photography and also with my still life. And so when I do that, what I like to do is I have my camera on a tripod. I'm in the house and I'm at my leisure. I'm not in a hurry. I don't have to worry about, everything going on outside. And I will put my camera, I'll set it up, I'll look through my viewfinder. And that's another reason I like using my tripod is that once I start looking through the viewfinder, I can see my props. I can see if there's any overlaps. And then I don't have to set everything down. It's steady on my tripod. I can walk back to my setup and make some adjustments if I need to, then come back and shoot. So, and then the other thing is, what I like to do is use my timer. So I might give myself a 10-second timer on my camera. And then because I'm using window light and it's directional, it's coming in from one side. And I take my white reflector and I go on the other side and hold it so that it's going to bounce that light from the window onto my reflector and back onto my setup. And so I can actually see it when I'm dealing with my light in real time. It's not a flash or anything, so I don't have to worry about setting up ratios on a flash. Everything is visual. I can see it. I can go back to my camera and I can maybe change my shutter speed or change something to get a little more light and figure all of that out. So, and manual focus, I just went mirrorless about 6 months ago. So, I really have always used my tripod with live view on my full frame camera to get what I want in focus, especially with the velvet. But again, I'm shooting at about f4, f5. And if I get what I want in focus, get it all set up, it's all set up, then I can run and change out props if I want. So maybe I don't like, that spoon that's sitting there, or I don't like that prop in the background, or maybe I do. I can shoot like that, run and swap out different things. So that's just kind of how I work. So lighting, again, coming in from the side. It doesn't matter which side, right side, left side, but I choose a window and I do my setup. And then I'm going to show you when sometimes I do use some backlight, what that looks like and what you would need to adjust for that. But again, I talked about that already. Lighting from the side creates beautiful shadows and depth. So, and I use a large white reflector on one side. You can use a black piece of foam core if you want to reduce the light. In my experience, I've only probably ever done that once or twice. So, usually I'm using a white reflector to add a little more light back into the side that's dark. And you can visually, move that once you see. And that's why I like using the timer on my camera, because I can run over and hold it And of course it's out of frame. And then I'll come back and look at it. Maybe I need to move that a little more to the right and add a little more light. And of course in post-processing, you can do some of that too. So again, you can see the quality of your light. And in this image was taken with a Velvet 56. You can see that's one of my favorites. It's coming in from the right side. So again, you see those shadows. You see light shadows, not harsh shadows. You see shadows on this little block of wood here coming because the light's coming in from the side. It's giving you shadows on the opposite side. And that's what you're looking for. That's basically what you're looking for. And I talked a little bit about choosing a window. So you don't need a huge window. I've shot some of these in a very small window. You'd be shocked about how much light you really need. So backlighting my setup, I do that sometimes. And this is another trick. This is a 24 by 24 inch table that I have. It also is my nightstand, so I can swap it out. You know, I live in a smaller home, so I can't have a ton of stuff around, although I do, I squeeze it in there somehow. And this is an old window that I picked up. It was sitting out at the trash on big trash day one day, and I picked it up. I've got a couple of those people put out. They don't want them anymore. They're old vintage windows, and I saved them. They're in my garage, and I have a larger regular window in my home here, and I can actually set that old window into my window, prop it up like you see on the left side. Why do I do that? Because I guess I wish I lived in an old vintage, 1890 house, but I don't. But I still get that look in some of my images when I feel like I want it. So you can see my setup there, and it works very well to do that. And then I could either use my blue top, like you see here on my table, as my back, my surface area, or I can add another piece of wood on top of that. If I feel like I want something really earthy, I'll put a board on top of that. So switching your surface out changes everything as well. So these are some images that I shot in with that exact setup that day that I took it. And I had the soft light. That's actually my neighbor's house. You can see my backyard through there. And that window, it was funny because when I put it in there and I started taking my images, I thought, oh my God, I should have cleaned it with some Windex. It had been sitting out in the garage. And then when I looked at it and I had all that kind of bokeh on the window and a little bit of grunge, it just made it look a little bit older. So I'm like, hooray, I didn't even have to clean the window. And of course, I'm using a very shallow depth of field for both of those images, which normally I don't do, but in backlight sometimes I will, because I get that more ethereal look and I don't want my window in total focus. And here I went a little, I've still got it wide open, but I'm changing my aperture, or I'm doing a little bit more in post-processing to give me a darker look. So you can see this is the twist, which I told you is one of my favorites. See how it made, even in a subtle way, it kind of twisted the glass, which is imperfect. It gave me that subtle vignette of twistiness around the edges, which I think is so beautiful for still life. And again, it's a 60 millimeter optic, which are in that range of the 50-ish, so it's perfect for still life. The problem with going really wide with a still life is you're showing, unless you have a huge space with a huge backdrop, then you're limited to a smaller space, and 56 kind of covers it for a smaller setup, and that's why I like that focal length the best. So tips using backlighting in window, and here again you see I'm coming down at different angles on a table. I'm not necessarily shooting straight on. I came down here, and I think Michael went kind of crazy when he saw this dessert, and it was delicious. Again, that was another kind of coffee flavored mocha. I didn't make that when I got it at our local bakery, but I feel like I tend to love to shoot desserts, not only because I like them, because I think they're pretty, and I also love flowers, so I can kind of add flowers in with my still life. So the two of those kind of go hand in hand for me a lot. And you'll see I have a lot of times I have these draped cloths which are actually baby wrap cloths that baby photographers use. You can find those on Etsy. By the way, at the end of my presentation, I have a whole list of my props and things that I use, so you can you'll have access to that. So yeah, so what I will do is on a day that I have soft overcast light usually, but sometimes I have strong light too. I will overexpose a little bit when I'm doing something with backlighting. That way, and then I've also got a reflector off cameras that's reflecting that light back onto my subject. So that's the way I handle it. And and then when I go into post processing, which I love Vivisa, Nick Vivisa is my go-to for post processing for pretty much everything. Then I can selectively add a little more light here and there if I need to. So, and I always shoot raw so that I can change my exposures in post processing a little bit if I need to. And here's just, this is showing you how when I do a setup like this, how I change it up. I want to shoot it at different angles, move the props around a little bit. So I have more windows showing here. Then I'm going to go down at like a 45-degree angle and get that sort of overview look. So always think about that. Move around, change your angles. If you're a flower photographer, you know this is what you do with flowers. You are constantly moving around to get a different point of view on your flower, even shooting it from the backside sometimes. So the same thing goes with still life. Shoot it at different angles. So now sometimes if I'm shooting later in the day because I like moody photography, and even in my still life, I have an 18-inch LED ring light, which I used to use for my setup for when I was doing Zooms. It would be my lighting, but now I'm not doing it that way. But that's initially what I got it for. But that little light, which was not very expensive, I think I paid on Black Friday, by the way, about $50 or $60 for it, and it will dim, and I'll use it at the lowest dim setting. As you can see, this is the room I do a lot of my still life. And if you look down here at this bottom image on the right, see me holding my reflector? So I'm actually taking the picture there, but I have a timer. So I grab my reflector, I run over to my setup, and I decide how do I want to pose that reflector to give me a little more light to bounce back onto my subject. Natural light is always the best. And you can see if you look out my window here, it's winter and it was getting dark. So it was probably in winter, it was probably about 4 o'clock here because we get dark pretty early. This was right before it was really dark on the same side. I still have that light coming through the window. I'm not using my LED light because I still have plenty of light there. But once it gets dark and I want that more moody look, I will sometimes add that a little, just as a little sort of augment my natural light. So it's blending with both, but always on the lowest setting. And so let me show you the results that I got when I was shooting this day with different lenses and my lighting. So this was taken with one of my vintage lenses. This lens actually is very similar to the Velvet 56 or the Velvet 85. I do use my Velvet 85 sometimes for still life, but the problem with that is it requires a bigger room because it's 85 millimeter. I need to back up a little bit, which I have the room to do that, so I will use it sometimes. But if you're in a really small room, that could be a problem for you. But I like the compression that it gives me, the 85, and this lens is very similar. So let's take a look at some 4 different, again, I've got background things, cooking things that I used in the background as my background props. And sometimes I will do that. Mostly I don't, but for this particular setup, and it was getting late at night, I love the way the light was coming through the window. And you can see here, I did use my Velvet 85 on the lower left and upper right images. And I actually prefer those 2 images to the other 2 vintage lenses that I used for those, which were my optics. And the reason I like them is just the compression in that lens, the beautiful softness that it gave me in the background, and again, that warm glow that the velvet gives me. So comparing things, I always seem to like my lens babies the best, but I will shoot with a little bit of everything because I never know what I'm going to get. And I think out of all of these images, the one that I had chosen that I really liked the best was on the lower left and the upper right for sure. The way I moved my props. So again, I'll start out with my subject, which is the bread or the muffins, and I'll move things around. I'll go back and look through my viewfinder. How can I get a different image? Well, I can swap out props. I can put something different in the background. So to support the main subject. So now angles, as I mentioned in the start of my presentation, angles were the hardest thing for me to understand. So think about angles in relation to your subjects. So right here we have a hamburger. So it's stacked, right? As if the same thing would be with pancakes. So at this angle, 90 millimeters, shooting straight on in my tabletop, I can see all the layers of that hamburger, how it's stacked. I cannot see in the top of the little pickle jar here. I'm seeing it from a side view. So if that's the story you want to tell, that's the story you would shoot. Of course, I'm going to try all different stories. So I'm going to come up and I'm going to shoot it even closer, or I'm going to go down on it with my whichever lens I have. And this is going to show, you can see the difference. I can see inside the pickle jar here. I can see the lettuce in the bowl, the top of the hamburger bun, and it's just a different viewpoint. So I'm going to try that 45-degree angle and come down, and then also switch around my props in and out. But you can see more of the tabletop when you're shooting downward slightly, and it doesn't have to be all the way down, which would be a flat lay, and we'll talk about that in a second. So again, here's another example. 45-degree is kind of an in-between angle. You can see on the left side, it's not exactly straight on because I can see in the top of the bowl, but when we come over to the right side, and these were both Velvet 56, I can get closer because I have a macro setting with that lens, which I love. And I still get that soft, dreamy, creamy sort of glow that you get with the velvet, and it looks beautiful on fruit or any food really, because it sort of blends. If there's any perfections there, like you can see this strawberry didn't have perfect leaves, but with the lens baby, my eye is not going to go to that imperfection. It's there, and I like that it's there, but it's not the first thing I see with my regular lens when I shoot. I love the way the velvets melt and put that glow over everything. And again, you control that by the aperture. It's your choice. Shoot it wide open, shoot down a little bit. You get to choose. And that's what I love so much about these lenses. So I will check the images on the back of my camera for feedback, and then I make small adjustments, which I kind of talked to you about. I will see what I'm looking at, and then I will go back over to my setup because I'm on a tripod and I know my setup's about how I want it. And then I will rearrange things. So, and it keeps, and this particular subject, they no longer have these at Trader Joe's. They were you can tell I love these coffee flavored desserts, but they were a coffee sort of bar that they had there. And I also tell everyone, when you're starting out trying still life, nobody that I know can shoot a bad still life with blueberries. Get yourself some blueberries and practice. They make the best subject. They're beautiful. They're interesting, and adding them to anything like the food, I just plopped a few on top of these cocoa bars, is really, pretty. It adds a little something. And another thing with food photography, be messy. I sort of grated some powder, some cocoa powder over this when I got it set up. And that added to the interest a little bit. So, and especially if you're shooting with a velvet, or I'm sorry, with a twist 60, anything you sprinkle down on your surface like that will go into a twisty blur because it's a texture. So the more you work with this, the more you find out all these fun little things that you can do that make it so interesting and fun. So This is that same exact setup with the Velvet 56. Gives me that warm, beautiful light that I just love so much. I did add a texture in that in post-processing. I with some of my still life, I will use textures in post-processing. There isn't one on the left side at all, but comparing. When I do that, I never put the texture on my food. I only put it on my background, and that is only to make my background look a little bit more vintage or older or add to the props, because I tend to use vintage props a lot. So I think it kind of adds something to that, but not always, not always. But it's just there for me to do. But again, I'm rearranging, switching, getting down, using different angles. And again, now I'm going to go top that same setup. And look at the Sweet 50. That to me, I could see that image in a magazine, because these are the kind of images that they use in food photography to make it interesting. They want your eye to go, when they're showing you a recipe, they want your eye to go right to that thing that you're going to be making in the recipe, and let the supporting props be there, but in an interesting way. So I do love the Sweet 50 for that. And then Velvet 56 is on the left side. So I'm getting a more moody kind of image. And this is one of my backgrounds that I painted. I'll talk briefly about that because I don't have enough time to get into detail on all that today. So I'm going to talk about a photo flat lay because it's something very popular right now, extremely popular. You'll see it in magazines. You'll see it if you go on Instagram. It's a very fun thing to do, and especially in still life. So I created each of these shooting top down. That's basically what a flat lay is. I have a little tip here, by the way. You can get something called museum wax on Amazon, and it's a little jar, and you'll have it forever because it's reusable. And trying to shoot that image on the right with all of those spoons kind of tipping and turning and not being exactly where I wanted them, you put a little piece of museum wax on the back of that spoon and it's not going anywhere. And then when you're done, you can scrape it off and it's reusable, and it won't harm your walls or props or anything like that. So that was a trick I learned early on. So especially when I'm doing a flat lay, because that's when everything needs to be laying flat and kind of perfect. So I like flat lays because they tell a visually appealing and an interrelated story. So I can put, say, the one you see on the left side, I add a flower into that. I've got some twine there and the scissors that I might use to cut the flower, and the twine to wrap the twine and flowers around the book. So it's all an interrelated thing that kind of tells a story, and from a bird's eye view. And they're so fun to create, so much fun. So this is how I shoot a flat lay, and there are a number of ways you can do it. You could have a tripod with a boom arm, which is something I actually have, but it's a pain in the rear to use for me. So I shoot overhead, and it's I have a ladder, and it has that bar at the top, so I'm kind of lean over it. I have never fallen so far, and I'm a little bit clumsy, so I have never fallen. So I just climb up to the first or second step and point my camera down. And the other reason I like doing it this way is because if I'm using a lens baby, it's manual focus, and I don't have to bother if I'm using a boom arm and setting up. I've got to go to an app and I've got to do it with my computer and focus from there and all this. I can directly see the focus through my viewfinder and see exactly what I'm getting and shoot overhead. So that's how I shoot it. That's sometimes I've even used my kitchen floor for a backdrop and laid everything out on my floor. So a 50, that's the other reason a 50 millimeter ish lens is good, because say an 85 or 100 or something like that, I'm not up high enough to get, I would need to be up higher to get everything in focus on my flat lay. So 50-ish is perfect. I can get the whole frame from that high up. So here's an example of some the right side was taken with my Velvet 56. The bottom was my 50 millimeter. Love the Velvet 56. You can see the difference here. I have a softer feel on the right side, more ethereal, but yet everything is in focus. So I probably shot that at about f4 on the right side or f5.6. And, you know, I've got more detail, some shadows coming in on the left side because it wasn't a lens baby. And so, but I like both, but I prefer the 56. I just like the way it handles color and the props and everything. It's just a beautiful lens for still life. I can't emphasize it enough. And I know because I started out using only my regular 50 millimeter, and I always go to my 56. So backgrounds, I'm going to talk briefly about this. Backgrounds and layouts. What I did is I went to Home Depot and I purchased some 2x4 1/4 inch MDF boards. That is medium density fiber board. I get the unfinished ones. And those two boards that you see in the image on the left side, the green one and the white one, I hand painted. And what I did is I bought sample size paints and I get the flat. You don't want anything shiny with anything still life if you can avoid it because you're going to get hot spots. So, I painted them in several later layers. For the white one example, I started out with white. Then I took sponges or paint brushes, I let it dry, and then I dabbed on the next layer, which would be a combination of gray or a soft kind of creamy color until I got that mottled look. And each layer I let dry thoroughly before I started the next one. Super easy to do. It's like you're in kindergarten again and painting on a board, so you can be sloppy. It doesn't matter. And once the first one I ever did was a darker one in brown and kind of black combinations and gray. And I call that my rusted cookie sheet backdrop, and I use it a lot for things. And then another thing that I found were these roll up vinyl. They're about 2 by 3 feet. And the brand that I use, I have it written on the back of my presentation on my last one, but the brand that I use is, let me see, it's called Ink and Elm. And you can get one of them for about maybe $20, $22 on that size. And honestly, even doing a flat lay, they have she has so many different ones: marble, textures, concrete. You lay those down and use them for a flat lay, or put them in your background, clip them to a board in your background because they roll up. You would not believe that's not real marble. That's how realistic they are. And some of the ones that aren't as good aren't as realistic, but that brand, that particular brand, is very inexpensive and very realistic looking. So they don't take up a lot of storage either. And these are just some other things giving you an idea of things you can use. But I want you to take note of this little wooden step stool, something I've had for probably 30 years. Here it is over here. And there's my window that I found out at the side of the road. And there's my what I call rusted cookie sheet backdrop that I painted on one of the MDF boards because it looks like an old rusted cookie sheet. These are just some of the things that I have kicking around over the years that I've had, and I will use them either for a tabletop or a surface, just to give you an idea. So take a look at that little stool. And that is what this image was taken on. My quote unquote rusted cookie sheet background is back there that I painted. And that stool is sitting on the table. You don't see the table it's sitting on. And that's a very simple setup. It's basically, you know, a vessel with some eucalyptus leaves in it and some persimmons and a cloth. I like using cloth because it gives you that flowy sort of drape to your still life. And you would not think that is not a much larger setup, but it's that small from that little step stool, which is only about maybe 10 inches long, if that, and about 5 inches wide. So, and I can set that up and get the edge of it, and it's very simple. 3 props basically for looking at the cloth. And that's how I kind of started out doing things before I went to larger setups. But when I wanted to get to larger setups, I went more on a table. So you can start this out without having all of this. Start out with a very small setup. And when I went to that, the one thing I do like are the pop-up backgrounds, 5x7 brands. There's 3 listed there. I like all 3 of those. I've gone on eBay and found them greatly discounted because a lot of people start out doing maybe portrait photography and they're not doing it anymore, or and they get rid of this stuff. So, and plus I like the pop-up backgrounds because they literally pop up. So I can fold them down and they take no room at all. And they're larger. They're on a stand. I put the stand behind me, and that would be a larger setup of something I would do with that. And so, and this on the same on the right side here. With my Velvet 56, I'm going to a little bit larger setup. This isn't food, but giving you an idea of what you're going to morph into once you start. That was taken outside with my Velvet 85. It was taken very late in the day. On the left side, those are real roses. Trader Joe's is my go-to for roses. Love that place. And very much shallower depth of field. But the thing about the Velvet 85 that I love is the compression. Any flower photographer that uses that lens will tell you it's a dream lens for flower photography. Honestly, it's the most beautiful lens. So, and my still life, I've got more room. That's actually sitting on the railing on my deck in my backyard. So, and it was taken when it started to be dark. So I had this beautiful kind of light coming in. The sunset was coming, and it was coming in towards my setup. So I was able to capture that. I actually went running out there when I saw the light with the setup. And then I'm near the end here, but I just want to, I want to say something. Because the holidays are coming up here, food is so central to our family gatherings. So take the opportunity to record those moments. They don't have to be perfect, especially if you're using a lens baby. They're going to be even more charming. So that's my son-in-law in the upper right there. Whenever we go and stay and visit with them, he's the breakfast guy. I mean, he loves doing pancakes and everything. So I was actually, beta testing the Lens Baby Soul 45 at that time. It was taken a few years ago. And I went in there, and he doesn't mind, or he didn't even know I was taking pictures. I was standing across the room, and I got that picture of him with the Soul 45. And I just love the blur on it and everything. Yeah, make sure that you get your lens babies out, get a couple of them out, take them with you wherever you're going, because you're going to be in situations with family and food. Wine bottles, and you get all that pretty bokeh. Get shots of your tabletops and your setups, and don't forget the people that are there, because you're going to have memories of these. So, and I love that setup on the bottom right there was taken with the Twist 60. My daughter made these appetizers when we had 4th of July with, I think it was cheese, watermelon, and then blackberries. And look at how, I think I had an extension tube on my Twist 60, which brings it more into macro realm for me if I want to do, getting closer for flowers or whatever. And that's what I had on it that day. And I was getting all these shots of the setups or platters of food, but I love the way it twisted that background on the berries. So again, I do love that lens. So, and here's just a little Christmas inspiration for all of you holidays. Whatever you've got up, decorated in your house, whatever your friends have, whatever your relatives have, bring your lens babies with you. Christmas lights. We are in prime time for your lens babies for all this stuff. Indoors, outdoors, whatever. So I love the spark on those trees. Those are my daughter's at her house. And the light was just beautiful coming through the window, and the spark. I was playing around with that spark. I'm not still very proficient with it. It's just a load of fun to play with. So that's what I love about it. I was bending it this way, that way, this way, and I got that image, and I was so happy. I just love it. So inspiration. magazines, blogs, photo conferences like you're here now for that, other photographers who you admire. There's so many that I admire and follow on Instagram. And Michael talked a little bit about this, keeping a journal of your ideas. I think that is super important because for me, at my age, my ideas kind of come and go and they're gone, So if I think of something or see something and I write it down, and it can be anything, an idea that I saw, I'm not going to copy it, but it's influencing me, it's giving me inspiration. I'm going to try this or try that. So, and these are some of my favorite things, my props that I use. And when I'm painting, some of the things that I use for my backdrops. And again, this was taken with the Lens Baby Twist 60 on the left side, and it's a double exposure. What I did there, that was my daughter's tabletop at Christmas, I think. I can't remember if it was Christmas or Thanksgiving, but she always has the most beautiful. What I did is I took the first image in focus with the Twist 60 of that candle that looks like the pine cone. And then my second exposure was out of focus completely. So that gave me that was just another fun way to shoot with that lens. You can shoot double exposures with your Lens Babies, which we already talked about that from Liz's presentation. So yeah, so that's what I did. And I love that technique, shooting one in focus and then defocusing for my second image to give me even more of that dreamy bokeh, especially with candlelight like that. So that's it. Do I have any questions? I'm going to
First
stop
off,
sharing.
guys, chat, like blow it up. That was amazing. I'm like blown away, hungry, inspired. That burger was wild, by the
Yeah,
way.
that was good.
That's wild. Like, here's what's crazy. Like being around photography for as long as I've been around photography, judging countless photo events, seeing literally, I've probably seen like 500,000 Lens Baby photos at this point. And there's certain ones over the years that stick out, and that burger is just going to be in my brain till
It
like probably death.
figures. It's a guy
So
thing,
it is.
right?
I'm a burger guy. Like I'm a burger guy. So that said, look, there's a bajillion questions. Our team has done a great job of trying to keep up and answer a lot of them in chat. And we're also putting together a list so that our team will reach out and have you answer just because there's so many. We can't get into all of them. So we'll do some follow up with you and we'll share that to the community later. Our customer happiness team is doing a great job of that right now. But my question for you, same question we've been asking all night or all day, I should say, and the theme that is kind of around Shoot Extraordinary this year is how do you deal with imposter syndrome? Like, talk me through the process of going from, because I assume you weren't just phenomenal as a photographer in the beginning, right? And how do you go from idea through process to putting the work out to like moving through imposter syndrome to belief? Like, what has that journey been like for you?
Well, for me, I started out trying a lot of different things before I ever got into Lens Baby. I decided at one point I was going to do some wedding photography, and then I figured out that I probably have the most respect for wedding photographers than any type of photographer because your time frame and just you got to please the bride and everything you have to do for you're exhausted by the end of the day. But anyway, I figured out that wasn't really my thing. But I learned a lot. And so everything that I've done has taught me a little bit more. But I have to say, for me, it's inspiration from everybody else. Um, I was always on Pinterest. I used to be in other communities before the web got really big with Instagram and all this other stuff. And I followed a lot of photographers, and some photographers are willing to share and teach a little bit of what they do. Others aren't so much.
Hmm.
And I've always felt that I really want to share because people that reached out and did that to me is what really helped me, to sort of kind of go on and learn. And I like trying different things. I've done landscapes, macro, and it just keeps me more engaged. But when I got with Lens Babies, it just really changed the way I felt about photography.
Mm.
Especially when I was out in the field, and it just made me want to learn more, push myself. And even when I realized I wasn't getting the perfect image, it taught me to keep going and build upon that. And then when I did get an image I really liked, it was like nothing else. Like,
Hmm.
wow, that's got emotion. And then the other thing is I always remember the shot when I took it. You know, what I put into it, where I was, who was around me. It's like a whole experience for me. I don't always remember my regular, autofocus landscapes, every one that I've taken. I seem to remember all of my Lens Baby images.
That's powerful. Yeah. And, one of the things that I appreciated always about your presentation, but this one especially, looking at the comparisons between more of a commercial straight lens, your 50s, your 85s, whatever, your macros, and then the comparison to Lens Baby. The early on, I think it might have been, I don't know if it was a bunt cake or what it was, but you did the top down and it had the powdered sugar on it, and the difference in the way that that sugar presented on the straight lens versus the Lens Baby is night and day. And
Yeah.
so I think one of the things that you kind of see is you have this experience where uh, initially I encourage everyone. I'm like you, like my camera bag has more lens than have probably ever been made. And I'm like, I'm going to go through and I'm going to test everything to find the thing that I see in my head. I think people get caught up in trying to decide which is which, right? Which is the better, which is not. How do you ultimately decide which image is the one? Is that a feeling? Is that through the process? Is that just because of the way it looks in post? Like, what is that like for you?
For me, it's a lot of experimentation. Especially like, for example, with flowers. I do a lot of flower photography. Looking, not jumping in right away, but looking at my subject, kind of walking around it, seeing what is it about, why is that flower speaking to me, or and then really kind of taking all of that in, and then figuring what lens should I try with that first, because I'll probably use more
Hmm.
than one, and just take an image and look at the back of my camera. Oh, this is like doing it for me, this part of the flower, this small amount that I can get in focus and let the rest go into blur. The same with and still life, only on a bigger screen, so to say. But yeah, it's the experimentation. That's what drives you into really seeing what you like and what resonates with you. That's
Hmm.
that's what I can say for me has been probably the most important thing. The what if. What if I try this? What if I do that? What if I pick this lens? You know? And then another thing that I might add is sometimes I'll go back into my images from 2, 3 years ago, and I'll find something and say, why did I let that slip by? You know, um, in whatever my post processing, I
Hmm.
might have missed that, and all of a sudden it's speaking to me again. So
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah. And sometimes you just have to go back and look through the catalog. That's amazing. Jerry, I want to say thank you so much for such an amazing presentation. Guys in the chat, please, lots of thank yous, lots of love for Jerry. My friends, we are in the home stretch. We're going to take our final 10-minute break of Shoot Extraordinary and come back with our last presentation of the day. Some of you guys are troopers. To my West Coasters who've been going since 5 a.m., thank you for being here. To everyone else, obviously, thank you for being here, especially around the world. And we'll see you shortly, Jerry. Thank you so
thanks.
much.
Thanks, everybody.
And then, guys, we're going to go into our last 10-minute break here, and we'll see you guys back here for our last incredible presentation. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm very excited. This is the last session of the day. I'm just curious in the chat, who has been here all day? I'm just curious. If you've been here all day, say me. I'm just so curious. Wow, this is a lot of folks. It's amazing. Oh, it's just like going. Who's lying? Who's been here for 5 minutes? I'm kidding. Guys, look, here's the reality. This is an event that we do every year because we believe in you as photographers, because we want you to grow, to prosper, to be inspired, and to really see what you can do. I mean, we've had some amazing, amazing speakers today. We've had Hengki and Elizabeth, Jerry, and now Jackie, which I'm unbelievably excited about, and of course Tiffany Kelly. That said, guys, couple housekeeping things as we head into our last session of the day. Again, this is being recorded, so if you go over to YouTube, if you miss some, you can watch it and catch up. It'll be available immediately. Tons and tons of questions have come in. We're going to do a little bit of a follow-up with all of our speakers to get more information from them about their specific questions. Our customer happiness team is here in the chat. Tim, I've had more coffee today than the last 3 weeks. Bro, I'm literally on like 7 cups of coffee today. I slept for 3 hours, the nerves, and I'm West Coast, so it's I've been up since 4:30 getting ready for a 5 o'clock launch. And so that's on me, by the way. I chose this life. But I'm so excited. So happy to be here with you guys to wrap this up. We have an incredible final speaker, the amazing Jackie Spearley. She's a fine art photographer from Pennsylvania, and her images are going to show you exactly why Lens Baby is about more than just flowers. So if you guys please, in the chat, give it up and say hello to Jackie. Jackie, welcome, my friend.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. I'm thrilled, actually.
Yeah, good. Us too. If you want to bring up your presentation, and then I will hand it over to you, guys. This one I'm looking forward to. I mean, I've been looking forward to all of them. And again, I'm not trying to be biased because every one of these photographers is amazing and brings something so incredibly different to the conference. But sometimes we save the best for last. So, Jackie, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Oh, I think I forgot to share my screen.
Yep,
you can't see what I had up.
No worries.
Oh, all right, let's see where it went.
And while she's doing that, guys, I had somebody message me asking about the gift card that we're giving away to the attendees. Guys, that is today only. So if you don't use this, you're not going to get access to it. It's only for gift card attendees. So I put the information in the chat again for you there while Jackie's pulling up her presentation. But I had quite a few people ask. We got you. All right. The floor is yours, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm really thrilled to be here today to participate in the Shoot Extraordinary conference this year. It's my first time, and I'm just so excited to share what I know and what I do with all of you. And I want to appreciate I appreciate all of you who have stuck through all day. You're amazing, and those that you want to see mine is very humbling, I guess. I'm going to talk to you about the Lens Baby lenses, Omni products that I use, and how and why you can use them in your photography to express yourself in unique ways. That's what these lenses are all about, and they're not just for flowers. I'm a photographer, a trailblazer, and I consider myself a rebel. I'm from the center of Pennsylvania State College, and I graduated from Penn State in art ed. And my emphasis was in ceramics and photography. And I did begin shooting at an early age with a Konica 35 millimeter camera that my dad got when he was in Korea during the war. And I got my first Nikon DSLR in 2013 and my first mirrorless in 2023. I'm currently shooting with the Nikon Z8 and Nikon FM3A film camera. And I'm so happy that I can use my Lens Baby lenses on both cameras. I call myself a rebel because I just don't shoot like most people. And that's why I'm so drawn to Lens Baby creative art lenses. I shoot subjects, all subjects, but I especially enjoy flowers and rusty, crusty things. So I do a wide range. And I'll show you some examples of my work, and then you'll see what I create is more like photographic impressionism, I guess is how I would describe it. I was first introduced to Lens Baby in 2024, and I bought my first Lens Baby optic kit in 2020, I'm sorry. And shortly after that, I became addicted to the lineup, and I've continued to add to my collection. Michael referred to the fact that some of us have all the lenses. I have pretty much almost all the current lenses, and I even have a few of the discontinued lenses as well as a lot of the Omni kits. So it is addictive. I was invited to serve on the board of directors for my local camera club, the Lehigh Valley Photography Club, as the activities and training director. And I was on there from 2019 to 2022. And during that time, I invited Craig Strong to Zoom in with us and discuss the latest products by Lens Baby. And I think I had him 2 or 3 years in a row. And we got a lot of positive feedback from the club. And then I became an ambassador in 2020, and I dropped off the board of directors that year to start up and lead our club's Lens Baby project group in 2022. And then this year, I was invited to become one of only 25 Lens Baby trailblazers. I have a degree in art ed, and I love to teach, and I love to share my knowledge about Lens Baby. And I do photo walks, workshops, live presentations at museums, and presentations like this one today, which I really enjoy doing. By now, you should know pretty much what Lens Baby is in their product line, so I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but you've heard about several of the different lenses. You've seen images by them, by the various presenters, the Omni kits, and the lenses are for DSLR or mirrorless, and they're camera specific. So when you order them, you have to look for your camera to make sure that lens is available for yours. As a rebel, as I said before, I don't make typical images that everyone else shoots. I really enjoy breaking the rules. I like to play. And I want to create something magical when I take out my Lens Babies, or any lens for that matter. And I tend to create things that are more abstract or impressionistic. And my Lens Baby lens selection is how I do that. I do a lot of multiple in-camera techniques. I like to zoom in and out. And the addition of the Omni products just adds so much more to my images. And I just get to play and explore and experiment with my lenses and subjects, and it allows me to it allows me to express how I see and feel and capture light and color and create my vision in a unique way. And you can too. Let's take a look at some of my more recent images. And by the way, this particular one was shot using the Sweet 22, which has the fixed aperture 3.5 and is actually one of the newer lenses and really one of my favorite. So how do I use them? To create my vision, I start out by asking myself some or all of these questions. We all have our own process, and this is what I do. And by starting to use these lenses, I noticed that it made me slow down a lot more. I became more contemplative. And I just need to walk around and look and study and see what's possible. And I think Jerry said, what is it? What speaks to me? What's drawing my attention? Is there an unusual feature or detail that's actually drawing my eye to it? If there's nothing that draws my eye to it, I'm going to walk on. And I have to think about the background and distractions and what my lenses do. All my lens baby lenses have different features, and I have to decide how I can create the image that I'm creating in my head with what lens. This image was also shot with the Sweet 22. I was on a hike near the West Quoddy Lighthouse in northern Maine. The last picture was also of that lighthouse. Your vision of what you want to shoot is terribly important. It's important when photographing your subject to decide the best way to present it. You should always give a lot of thought to how you can best do that. Like, what's your ultimate vision, and can you do it on camera, or will you need to add something else in post? I often shoot at the same places, and I always try to do something completely different each time. So if I've shot with the Sweet 22 one time, the next time I visit the same place, maybe I'll take my Velvet 28 or my Double Glass 2. But whether you're walking around a junkyard or a botanical garden, the process is the same. You have to figure out what, if you need to emphasize something, if the effect that you want can be created by one lens better than another. Do you want it to be really strong effect or just very subtle? And do I want to use Omni crystal wands or gels or shapes? So these are all the things that go through my head as I'm planning my process and deciding, A, what my vision is, two, what's the best way to present it? What is it that I want to convey in my image, and how do I best do that? So I'd like to start out first showing you some of the images using various lenses, not just Lens Baby, and to show you some of the techniques I use to give you an idea of not only how I express my feelings through my photography, but also to show you the types of images Lens Baby lenses and Omni products are capable of giving you. And you must just let your vision guide you. This is a image of a moving sculpture that I shot in Santa Fe this past summer. And it's actually a multiple of 3 images that I ended up layering in Photoshop. I used a slow shutter speed to capture some of the motion, but none of the individual images excited me, and they weren't giving me the image that I had in my head. So I went into Photoshop and I started playing around with the different images, and I layered a few of them, and this is what I got, and this was what I had in my head. So sometimes I can't always do it in camera, but I do the best I can in camera with the lens. And then I go into Photoshop, and sometimes I have to manipulate it just a little bit to get what I want. I do shoot flowers, and I shoot with a variety of lenses. However, my main go-to lenses are my Lens Babies. My focus is always on light and color as I try to create something unusual to express myself in a unique way. And as you can see, they are more impressionistic and abstract. The image on the left is actually a bird of paradise that I call Fluttering Bird of Paradise. It's created with multiple images. I used the double glass 2 to create it. The one in the middle is also multiple. I shot that up in Cape Cod a few years ago, just playing with different things with my lenses. And on the right, I shot that one with my Helios 44-2 reversed front lens. And it's actually in the kind of upper right center is a bud coming up through all the light and things that are reflecting off everything else around it. There's probably a lot of dew that morning when I shot it. And I just love how that one came out. Again, more impressionistic type images. And 2 are using the Lens Baby Velvets. I get that vision of what I want, and then I play and I play, and I'm always asking myself, and Jerry said this too, what if? What if I do this? What if I turn my camera? What if I layer them? What if I shoot this object and then turn and shoot something else? What if I change the blend modes? The image on the left I shot up at Lockridge Furnace, that's in Pennsylvania, not far from me, and it was a group of stone arches, one in front of the other, and it made a very long pathway. And I was with my camera group, and all of a sudden somebody stuck themselves right in the middle, another photographer shooting at me, so I shot at them, and this is what I created. I zoomed while I was shooting it. And then the other 2 images, the center one is using the Velvet 28. It's a multiple in camera again, where I've taken a few and turned the camera to get the effect. And it's some beautiful little flowers, wildflowers at Bowman's Hill. And then I used the Velvet 56 at Heritage Gardens on Cape Cod on the one to the lower right. And I call that one Pistils and Swirling Pistils and Stamens. And again, I've used that multiple image, rotating the camera to get that type of an effect. This was shot with my macro lens. I used Omni crystals held in front of my lens and just rotated it until it refracted all the lights and colors that were coming at it. And there's actually several 3D shapes that are covered with dichroic film. And the natural light coming in from the window is what created all of this with my Omni crystal wand. And I'll tell you, I always have one of those in my pocket. But the shapes, there is actually a slinky in there, but most of them are like, there's a round ball, there's a cube, and then there's this structure that almost looks like a vase that you can kind of see just offset from center. But that dichroic film has colors in it. When the light hits it, you see all these different colors create magic. And this is really one of my favorite images. So this image appears to be a multiple in camera, but it's actually one single image, and I used an Omni crystal in this one too. And it just refracted the light and it created all these multiples that you see. So it's actually just one image. And like I said before, I just always have one with me. And when I look at different things, I'm thinking, oh, what if I use my little Omni crystal and see what I got? So this was actually an rusty antique bicycle in a sculpture garden on a back road in Maine a couple years ago when I was there. So the first image on the left is that same rusty antique bicycle from the previous slide. And this was shot with the Sweet 22. And all of these are shot with the Sweet 22, so you can see a wide variety of things. The antique fire engine siren I shot in Montana, and I just cropped in because what I wanted and what I wanted to draw your eye to was the little siren alarm there above the light, and it has the rest of it just kind of feels abstract to me. And then the Maytag sign was also at the same place, and I really was attracted to the sign and the words. It just, I don't know, it just drew me in. And I like the word power in the center, gasoline or electric. And if it doesn't sell itself, don't buy it. I just thought that was such a great sign. So I use my Sweet 22 for that one too. So you can see I do a lot of these multiple and camera images, and I use many times I use a shoot twisting motion to get the swirled effect. So I'm taking a picture, then turning my camera, then turning my camera, turning my camera. With each turn, I'm shooting another image. So when I was in Santa Fe this summer at a workshop, there was this building that on all four sides there was a lot of graffiti. And so this was actually a dove that was painted on the wall. And I think I did about 5 shots using on this one, and I used a center turning technique. And then on the right, I shot this one along with gardens during one of their blue poppy displays, which are so popular. And I think I have about 7 images in this one. And I've offset where I'm turning and rotating. So it has a little different feel, but because I used my Velvet 56, you can see it has a much softer feel to it, and it almost feels more three-dimensional to me than the one at the top left with my 28 to 400. So I really like the feel of the velvets when I use them for multiples. But the one thing that I do is I just play. And again, what if? What if I do this or that? How can I present this in the way that I have a vision in my head? I'm always playing. To me, photography is playing and creating joy. Again, another image from the graffiti. This was a bumblebee. And in this instance, I did more of a zooming effect using my 28 to 400 lens just to, I was just playing and experimenting, and I just love how this came out. I love the textures from the wall, and the colors are just beautiful. So I'm going to start now going through the lenses. You've heard a lot about the velvet, so I don't need to go in that if you watched the earlier program. What I'm going to do is show you examples that are from each of the lenses as we go. Just quickly, we know that the velvets all have that ethereal quality with the tack sharp focus underneath. And the more you open your aperture on any of the lenses or optics, the stronger effect you're going to have. So let's move on. So here are 3 images. You can get a comparison of all 3 velvets. The 28 allowed me to get really close to the millipede. I mean, I was inches, and I actually added a Raynox 150 filter that allowed me to get even closer. The minimal focus distance on that lens is 2 inches, and yet you can get wide angle images as well, which is why I like this one for kind of like a walk around lens at someplace like along the gardens. Ali Bonenkamp, who is a friend and fellow trailblazer, graciously allowed me to share her image of her cutie patootie fur baby. And she used the Velvet 56. And I'm going to guess probably it was about f8 because the depth of field that's still in focus. And the little bit of glow that you see around it. And the blue poppy is one of mine, and it's fairly wide open, I think at about 2.8. And you can see that just the tip of the pistils is what has the texture and detail in it, and everything else is just soft and glowy. So let's move on to the next lenses. These are 4 flat, lightweight lenses that all have a fixed aperture of 3.5. They're really small, lightweight, they're easy to use. The Sol 45 really packs a punch, I think. It makes selective focus as easy as tilting, focusing, and shooting. It's got a sweet spot of focus surrounded by really nice bokeh. And then there are bokeh blades that pull out from the front, in front of the lens, and they're adjustable, so you can pull them all the way till they touch each other or part way, or you don't have to use them at all. But when they're pulled out to shoot through, they create a really neat textural effect in the bokeh. It is made for all camera brands. The Sol 22, which is next to it, is only for 4/3 cameras. The Trio is a cool little compact lens, and it gives you 3 different optics in one, and you just have to rotate that part where you can see the purple arrow there, and it will twist from one lens to another. And here you get a suite, a velvet, and a twist, all at 28 millimeters and 3.5. And then the Sweet 22, which I said is my favorite and one of the newest, it was introduced in February of 2024. It's the only mirrorless pancake lens with a aperture of 3.5. It's the smallest, has the smallest sweet spot actually in the selective focus lens, and it has the most blur. And it has a really interesting bokeh effect, stretching effect out to the edges of your image. And I really like how that works in a lot of the pictures that I shoot. You do get a little bit of a natural vignette if you're using full frame cameras, but a little less on crop. So let's look at some examples from these lenses. Most of my Sol images are all floral, so I pulled a few other things for you to see. The image on the left is from the Lens Baby website for the Sol 45. It was shot by Tina D. She used a Sol 45 that centers in focus, and then it gently tapers off. And in this case, she actually tilted down, and the wheel in the very front is what's in focus. And then from there back, it softens out to that beautiful softness bokeh. And then the right one, this fireworks image is by my friend and fellow trailblazer Kathy Coleman, and she graciously allowed me to use this image in today's program. The sharp focus is in the white burst in the center of the fireworks, and then it softens and stretches out to the edges. Now tell me, who would think to try a Lens Baby lens like this to shoot fireworks? Well, Kathy did, and she apparently asked herself, what if? And this is what she got. It's fabulous. So this is an image also using the Sol 45, and in this one I have actually pulled the blades, the bokeh blades, out in front of the lens, and you can see that textural effect it creates in the background areas. This I shot during a demonstration in my recent workshop in Orlando, and I feel like the texture makes it look almost as if the wind is blowing the leaves and flower behind the center flower, which is very tack sharp. As you can see, the Sweet 22, as well as the other Lens Baby lenses and optics, are not just for flowers. The Sweet 22 is such a versatile lens and can handle all subjects. It's always in my pocket, along with that crystal wand. It's really your vision of what you want to create that dictates what lens is best for your subject and how you visualize the end product. 2 of these images are from an outing that I took to Phillipsburg Pump House, and the landscape on the right is from a hike along Jordan Pond in Acadia National Park. I really love what it does with tree branches. On the left image, they actually even look eerie. It was like an overcast day. And then on the right, the tree, you see the center and focus in this weird way. The branches just stretch out from that and the softness in it. And in the center, again, you see that colorful bokeh from lights that are behind my subject, and it stretches out to the outside edges. The larger stretched soft bokeh effects with this lens, they really also help to camouflage a really busy background, and you can see that in this image. This antique car was shot in the fall in a junkyard, and it was just full of colorful leaves and junk and other cars and trees all around it. And it was just so distracting to me that the vision I had, I couldn't create in color. So I did shoot it in color, and then I converted it to black and white and then to a sepia tint from there. And what my uh, focus was on the hood ornament in the back, the grasses that are sitting along the back, and then just the bottom part of the center of the two windows there. And I feel like the stretch bokeh that goes out to the edges actually lead your eye back into the image. They don't pull you away, they actually lead you in. Jordan Pond, again, in Maine. And the girl in red is what I call this one. And she stands out in the composition, not just because she's in red, but she is also centered and in focus. And that soft bokeh that runs out to the edges also pulls your eye back into her. This is again a favorite image of mine. I just love this little girl, and she was playing and jumping on the rocks. Planes, trains, and automobiles, and a few buoys. The subjects here are all in sharp focus in the centers of the images, and that stretch bokeh draws your eye right to the subject. There's a plane in the image of the train, if you look carefully, and it almost looks like they're racing each other, even though they're not moving at all. So the blur in the center and the left images just make them look like they are speeding at you. And I just love that effect that you can get with this lens. It can camouflage and it can make things feel like they're moving. And the image on the lower right, I just like the colors and the long row of buoys hanging on the fence handrail. So I threw this one in because it's also not flowers. But the subject there really is color and shapes for me. And I just loved how the lens focused on making a certain area that in focus to drive that image for color to you. So in addition to the lenses, you've heard different presenters today talk about these different holders, the Composer Pro, the Spark, and we also have this barrel that you can see with the twist optic in it. These three bases or holders, as I call them, mount to your camera. Once you put an optic in it, you mount it to your camera like a regular lens, and all the different optics will interchange and lock into each of these holders with a twist, and then you untwist, take them out, put a different one in. With the Composer Pro, the outer ring towards your optic is going to be where you focus. And you can see it's a ball and socket unit, so you can tilt it and then the lower ring will tighten it into place. With the Spark, you have to squeeze it to focus. And because it's constructed the way it is, like an accordion sort of, you can tilt it different directions and direct your focus there. It's a very challenging piece to work with, so I don't recommend it in the beginning, but it is a lot of fun. And then the barrel is because there are some optics, or a couple that LensBaby recommends that you keep straight, and the twist is the most obvious one. So let's move on, and let's see, the thing doesn't want to move. Okay, so there are 11 different optics. I show you 9 here. We have 3 edges, 3 suites, and I'll go into those in more detail when we see the images. We have the twist on the lower right, and in the upper corner, I want you to make note of it's called the Creative Bokeh optic, and you can see this little star shape in the center. That's actually a little cutout disc. It's magnetic and it's popped in there. But just remember that, and as we go to the next slide, these are the 2 newest optics that LensBaby has made. We have the soft focus 2 and the double glass. And the newer version of the Soft Focus 2 now has a traditional rotating aperture ring. The old ones had these little discs that were cut out for each f-stop. So you had to pull the one out for 5.6 to put in f4, you know. So it was a little more difficult, and now we have it made with an actual aperture ring like the others. And it does come with 4 creative discs, which have the holes in them. And then there's a little holder for them and comes with a cap. And then the double glass has 9 discs that come with it. And there are various shapes. You can see there's a heart, a star, one we call the splat. There's birds, a swirl, sunburst, whirlpool, diamond, and slots. Now, this collection is very similar to the Creative Optic discs that I told you to look at in the upper left before. And all 3 of these optics that have these cutout shapes, they're all interchangeable between the different lenses. So something from the double glass can be used in the soft focus. One of the discs from the soft focus can be used in either of the other 2 optics. They are magnetic. They're held in the optic with a magnet, and you do get a holder that you can see there for all the discs, and each one has a magnet at the bottom that help you put them in and pull them out. But the purpose of those discs is to create shape bokeh from backlighting or side lighting in your images. So I'm going to start out with the Suite 50 in the Composer Pro. And in the image on the left, it's a series of trees with all this light coming through. Whenever I see trees like that, I get excited because I know I can do some really cool things with it. In this case, I had just the Suite 50 straight, and you can see right down the middle that it's all in focus, and then the bokeh just kind of jumps out at you. On the right, the image is focused sort of up and to the right. So I wanted the focus to be on that rope that's on the pitch of the roof in the front, and you'll see that that's in focus, and some of the stones and some of the thatched roof. In this one, because I've tilted it, you can almost see a more severe dragging bokeh off to the lower right because I'm pointing to the lower left, I'm sorry, because I'm pointing to the upper right. It does still soften out around the edges on the upper right side and down, but most of that effect you're going to see in the opposite direction that you're tilting. Another example of the Suite 50 optic in the Composer Pro. Now, this one I also tilted, and again, you see the light coming through the trees, so I knew right away what I wanted to shoot. And this was a humongous metal sculpture at Grounds for Sculpture in New Jersey. It's very tall. And there were leaves from a tree that I was standing under, actually. And so I wanted to focus on those front leaves, and then I was tilted just up slightly and to the right again. And you can see the bokeh that just comes, you know, flowing down in all those bright colors, because again, it was in the fall. And so that's such a neat effect that you can get by aiming your focus in a specific place so that what you want to have sharp and draw your eye to is that, but then the sculpture leads you down into all the other beautiful areas. And then on the right, this was using the Suite 80. And I was doing a workshop in Orlando, and one of the women in my group saw these 2 camellia flowers that were growing back to back, and they created this lovely heart shape. So I'm watching all the participants excitedly shooting this pair, and they all wanted to get their shots. And I thought to myself, how can I shoot this differently and create something more unique to show them afterwards at our image review in the evening? So I thought about doing a multiple camera, and I did 5 images using the average blend mode, and this is what I came up with. So I took a straight shot, one to the left, another one just slightly to the left, then I came back up to center and I did one to the right slightly and another one. And this is what I got. And I was really happy to see this when I got it up on the screen. I did play with the background a little bit to clean it up, but other than that, it's pretty much straight out of the camera. The edges. So the edge optics give you actually a slice of focus. So if you keep the Composer Pro straight with one of the edges in it, you're not going to get any effect. But as soon as you tilt to the right or to the left or up or down, any kind of angle, that defines where the slice of focus is going to land. And also, depending on the aperture you select, that's going to determine the amount of drop off from the focus. So by using the spark holder, this was a challenging one for me, with the edge optic, it meant I had to squeeze it to focus it and then tilt it to one direction to define where I wanted that focus to land. So you can see I've drawn a red line and I've crossed it. So the red line shows you the angle that's in focus, and the cross line shows you how wide that area is that's in focus from top to bottom, or the upper right to the lower left. I wanted the biker in focus. I didn't want the bikers behind him in focus. I wanted everything to soften out behind him. He was my focus in this picture. And I'm showing you a comparison picture without the lines, which I took on a different area of the trail. And I tried to do the same thing. I angled it at the same direction with a narrow band of focus in it. And you can see, if you look diagonally from the upper right to the lower left, that that's the area that's in focus. And then all around the edges, it's much softer. Moving on to the twist, Jerry showed you some really nice images where she used the twist. This optic is best used in the barrel, or you can use it in the Composer Pro, but straight, to get the best results. And you need to stand a few feet from your subject, and you need your subject to be a certain distance from the background. And if you have something that has some like something, a pattern on it, or light coming through trees, or Christmas tree lights, or lights on anything, even dew on the grass or something similar, you're going to create that swirled effect in the bokeh from the twist. This one again was loaned to me by Kathy, my friend Kathy, who's also a trailblazer. So this first image on the left, it's the same group of arches that I showed you earlier, but in this case, I didn't zoom and I was using the soft focus this time. And I was trying to do some different things, and all of a sudden this little boy comes running at me, and it's like, right place, right time. So I shot that of him, and I just really like his energy coming through there. And it's like the young and the old, to me. And so I really lucked out getting him running through there while I was standing there. And that's with a soft focus too. And then on the right is a landscape that I also took, and that was at Winterthur Gardens in Eastern PA. So landscapes can be really beautifully done with a lot of these optics, and I particularly like this one with the Composer Pro and the soft focus. These are two more images using the soft focus. I really had to throw in a couple flowers since the soft focus too really is wonderful shooting them. The rose I shot in Orlando at my workshop there in January, and the aperture is quite wide to get this soft, dreamy glow. But I just noticed that the sharp details are still under all that glow. And they are there. So it is in focus, and yet it has this soft, dreamy look. And the Nigella bud has a disc inserted in front of the optic, which gives it that textural effect. And again, it's shot very wide open, but look at the detail, the sharp detail on those little things coming out from the center of the flower. I did put this in Smart Photo Editor afterwards, and I just applied a color texture of it to give it the purple tones to make it a little more interesting. The double glass too. I shot this old rusty gas pump found in the woods along the back roads in Maine, like the bicycle I did. And I used a double glass with a swirl disc. And again, I saw the trees, the light coming through, and I thought, oh, this is going to be great for the bokeh. And I picked a swirl, and you can see how it swirled every little pin of light. And I could have used any of the discs. Had I put the bird in, it would look like a bunch of birds there, or the heart would have created all the different heart shapes. So again, you have to think about your vision. What do you want to convey? How's the light coming in? What's going to be the best way to shoot your image? This is another double glass too with a heart disc. And this was just play for me. I was sponsoring an area of lens baby lenses and optics for others to play with. And I set this glitter paper down, and light was coming in from the window that was right next to me. And I had a glass globe, so I thought, oh, what if I put this globe down on the glitter paper? And I knew I would get some heart shapes, but this was not what I had envisioned. It was way more intense, and I was so pleased when I saw it. It just all my jaw dropped. So playing and experimenting can get you some all kinds of wonderful things. The only light I had on this was from the window, but that glitter paper just threw sparkles everywhere. And of course, that's what those discs are for. The shapes create the bokeh in their shape. These images were both shot at Peddler's Village in Bucks County, and holidays are just great for using lens baby lenses. And I was shooting from inside one of the stores, and it was a very sunny day, and the light was coming in the window, and it just sparkled all over the glass ornaments. So I was using a double glass, and I put the diamond disc in it, and it created these really beautiful textural effects, bokeh effects from that diamond disc. And it was just the light bouncing off all the glass ornaments that created those effects for me. So I don't have to use textures. Many times I create them myself by just putting a texture diamond disc in front of the double glass. There are several different collections of Omni kits, and each have various items in them. One pack is called the Omni Creative Filter System, which you can see here, and it includes a magnetic ring that with step up and down rings that you can screw on the front of a standard lens, including the velvets. And the other kits will include different cutout shapes, crystal wands, and colored gels, and you get different ones in different kits. The setup for the Composer Pro, the previous kit was too heavy to use on the Composer Pro. So in 2023, Lens Baby created one that actually clamps onto the Composer Pro itself. It doesn't screw onto the optics. It clamps to the Composer Pro itself. You can hand hold any of the wands or cutout shapes or the gels. But if you want to use more than one, it's better to use the magnetic ring because you can stack all the way around it, all the ones you want, pull them away from the lens, and then as you play, you can move one or two or more in front of your lens to create the different effects from them. So on the left, it's actually only one metal crane in this construction project, but because I was shooting out a window and holding this Omni crystal wand in front of my lens, and I just turned it and shot, turned it and shot. It refracted the light, and in this case, not only did it create multiple images, but it also threw these beautiful colors out too. And then on the right image, the top image is actually what I was shooting. And that was in Philadelphia at one of the flower shows. And then I used a crystal wand in front of my lens, and this is what I created. And the crystal wand usually will either create all these beautiful streaks of color in your image, or they'll diffract the light and create multiple images. And sometimes you get lucky and you get both. So that's why I always keep one in my pocket. So the cutout shapes that you can get, my favorite one is the Swiss cheese. And I use it in the image on the lower left here. And you can see these big round kind of bokeh balls all over this image. And that's from holding the Swiss cheese in front of my lens. And the light coming through behind the trees again created that effect. And on the image on the right, it's the same flower, maybe a different bush, but there's a little bee up there flying in towards it. I took the mirror sheet that comes in one of the kits, and I held it right under, like it's under the chin of the flowers, and it reflected like it was on water, and it's almost seamless. I just really liked how the reflection worked in this case. So lens baby lenses and optics can be used, as you can see, for any subject you shoot. You just need the vision and the desire to play and experiment with them. Just remember, what if? Always ask yourself, what if? So which lens is right for you? This is the question all of us hear when we're doing something like this or out at an event or something. But it's like, well, I want to try it, but what's the best one to get to start? Well, it depends again on what you like. And a lot of times I'll refer you to the Lens Baby Unlimited Facebook site so you can go in and see what everybody's posting. And typically 90% of the time, people tell you what lens they've used. And if they have a group of images, they'll notate it on each one. But let's do a little bit of a review. So we talked about the Sol 45 and the Sol 22, which is the 4/3 version. That's an easy one for beginners. It has a fixed aperture, so it's one less thing you have to think about. It's small, it's lightweight, and it's just very easy to use. The Suites, the Suite 22 and the Suite 50, and the double glass, which is actually a Suite 50, but it allows you to put the shapes in front of it, the cut shapes. So these emphasize specific detail in the centers with sharp focus, and it just blurs everything out. So they're great for busy backgrounds. They focus your attention on what you want the viewer to see. And you actually have more options with the Suite 50 and the double glass because you can tilt them. And also with the double glass, you have the option of using the discs. The Velvets and the Soft Focus 2 give you very similar looks. It's that glow over a focus, sharp focus. The Soft Focus 2 has a little more of a vintage look, but it's very subtle. And it's a little stronger at one f-stop. Like if I shot the same image with the Velvet 56 and the Soft Focus 2, the Soft Focus would look more extreme. It would have more of the effect. It's a little stronger. I find it great for florals. It's great for portraits, babies, pets, landscapes. Again, it's whatever your vision is. The Sol 45, the Suite 22, and the Velvet 28. These are great walk-around lenses because they're wide angles, and yet with all of them, you can get fairly close. The Velvet 28 and the Suite 22, you can get a couple inches from your subject, and yet they're wide angle, so you can do wide angled shots too. The Twist 60 we saw, it gives that beautiful swirled bokeh effect or swirled textural effect, depending on what you're shooting in the distance. but you need to make sure you'll have to experiment and get the right distance from your subject and your subject to the background to create the swirled effects. The edges give you that nice slice of focus, and it's really great for landscapes and cityscapes, but I have to tell you, I have seen some wonderful portraits done with the edge. Again, it's the what if. So LensBaby lenses, optics, Omni products, they all allow you to create unique one-of-a-kind images. And it's important to select the right lens for the look and feel you want to express in your work. There are many examples for each of the lenses on the LensBaby website and in the LensBaby Unlimited Facebook group to review and see what you like. Once I began shooting with LensBaby lenses and the Omnis, my work just took a sharp turn to much more creative, impressionistic, and abstract. I found my voice. I found my voice with these lenses that I could express really how I'm feeling. I'm not just taking a snapshot like other people. It's important to know your lenses and what they can do. I kept my first Velvet on my camera. It was a Velvet 56. I kept it on my camera for a year. And now when I beta test new lenses for LensBaby, I keep them on my camera probably 90% of the time for anywhere from 6 to 8 or 10 months, so I can really get to know it. And I play and I experiment and I push it to just see how far I can go with it. I get to know it. And that way, when I go out to shoot something and I need to figure out what lens is going to work best for what image I have in my brain, I know because I know those lenses so well. And I do shoot every type of subject, even if it's not what I typically shoot when I'm beta testing. So once you master one of the lenses, then add the tilt, add the aperture discs, use macro filters, use Omni crystals or the gels or cut shapes, and that just adds a whole nother dimension to your creativity. So that's all for me. I'd like to thank you all for having me and allowing me to share my world of photography with LensBaby with you. And I'm ready for any questions you may have. I'm going to stop my share.
First and foremost, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I mean, talk about just such an informative top to bottom. I mean, that I don't know about you guys watching, but for me, even it's weird. Even being here a decade, I still learn stuff sometimes, and that was one of them where I was just like, "Oh yeah, I forgot it does that," or that, So I absolutely love that. As I mentioned with some of our other speakers, our amazing customer happiness team has been taking all of the specific questions for our speakers, which we're going to follow up with you later. So I'm going to ask more, and especially because we're way over time. So
Yeah,
guys,
sorry.
thank you all for being here and for powering through the day, and for our amazing speakers for adjusting their schedules for us. The thing with live events, you never know. But that said, the question I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked all of our speakers throughout the course of the day. One of the big things we're talking about is like showing our work, putting ourselves out there, facing the imposter syndrome and working through it. What has that process been like for you?
When I first started picking up a camera, well, maybe 13, 14 years ago, I picked up my camera again, and I had a mentor, and he really encouraged me. And one day he knew I was on Facebook, and one day he signed me up for 2 different groups, and I didn't know it, and I panicked. And I'm there, somebody sign me up. Somebody, I can't show my work. He says, just go post a couple things. So I went through some of my images and I carefully selected a few, and I asked him what he thought. He says, yeah, fine, go post those. And I did. And the group had a collage that they did every day, and my picture made the collage. So talk about an ego boost. But I think, you know, I didn't really feel like I was an artist with my photography until I started with LensBaby. I was learning the craft, but I wasn't being able to express the way I wanted to. And so that was really a scary thing for me too, to start putting things out there, because a lot of people don't like abstract photography, and judges and clubs don't like it. And, all this soft focus and things. And so I was a little more tentative about putting my work out there. But as I did, I mean, I have a lot of friends on Facebook, and I have a large membership group in my camera club. We have over 450 members, I think. And so I got a lot of support from them. And especially after I started teaching or working with the Lens Baby project group that I man, it just became easy for me. And look, I have days where I just don't want to get out and shoot. I just do.
Mhm.
And sometimes I just want to edit, and sometimes because I have a lot of backlog. But sometimes I just don't want to do anything, and you need some downtime sometimes. And I'll scroll through and on Facebook or Instagram, and I'll look at what other photographers are doing. And I think that inspires me a lot. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, I hate Facebook because it's all negative." Well, you're not looking at the right stuff then. I joined a lot of groups that are photography groups. I don't participate in all of them. I participate in a few, but as I scroll, all I see is beautiful photography.
Mm.
So that's my inspiration to just keep doing it. And I love sharing. I mean, I was a art teacher. And so for me, doing this kind of thing, I just love doing this. It inspires me to do more too.
Yeah, and it's amazing that you share because, and this is what I think a lot about just being a creative. It's you never know if your work will inspire someone else.
Yeah.
And, I think to some extent, I feel like as a creative, I often feel like I have an obligation to put my creation into the world, whether it be a conference or a new product or, certain things that we're working on behind the scenes. But with that said, I think that it speaks very highly to you and your willingness to show up every day, because I know that I speak for myself. Like, I'm inspired by your work, and so is the team here, and that's why we're so thrilled to have you be a part of this event. So I
Thank
just want to
you.
say thank you so much for this. Thank you for showing up, guys. One more time in the chat, if you will, please give it up for Jackie and her amazing, amazing presentation.
Thank you so
Um,
much.
yeah, absolutely. It's an honor. The honor is always all ours, I assure you. Um, Guys, we've made it. We are here. We have crossed the finish line for Shoot Extraordinary 2025. It has been, for many of us, a unbelievably educational day. I hope for most of us, an inspirational day. And I'll kind of leave you where we started off. Every single one of these speakers told you and showed you the same thing. They showed you art that was created from ideas and goals and visions, but they got there through process. Everything that you do is about process. The way that you shoot, the way that you create, the way that you edit, the way that you step into being a photographer every day. Whether you're shooting with Lens Baby or you're not, it is process that is going to change your life and your career. And then when you sprinkle on this idea of just letting go of other people's opinions, first and foremost, if you take, I had this other amazing mentor. I've really dedicated my life to learning, and I had this amazing mentor say something to me once. His name is Grant Cardone. Some people love him, some people hate him. But we were having dinner one night at his office in Florida, and he says, "What does other people's opinions have to do with you?" And I think about that every single day. It's like, who cares if someone doesn't like my work? As long as I love my work. Who cares if people don't like how I dress? As long as I like how I dress. And so everything that we take in today, hopefully, is about you guys leaning deeper into you and your choice to show up as a creative. Because it's just like I mentioned before, this company a long time ago was about seeing in a new way. That was our tagline. That's what we leveraged. That was everything that we built and created. And then through just seeing the growth of this community, it became Shoot Extraordinary. And so the challenge I'm going to lay out in front of all of you is, how do you become the most extraordinary version of yourself as an artist, as a creative, as a photographer, as a community leader, as a friend, as a partner, as a spouse, like whatever, like how do you raise your standard? Because as much as photography is about this fun thing in creation, it's also about challenging yourself. And if you want to become the best version of yourself, you have to become extraordinary, because it's always the extraordinary people that we remember. One final announcement before I let you guys know, and I'm actually super excited about this. And so we'll be sharing this publicly on a bigger scale in the newsletter, social media, all those things. But here, I wanted to save this last bit of fun for last. We are doing the very first ever. Actually, let me take a step back. One of the things that Jackie said is really true. And I've heard our other speakers mention it, and I've seen some of you guys in the chat talk about it as well. That photo clubs, that online judging competitions, that in-person events tend to not take Lens Baby seriously, because for some whatever reason, they think they're holier than thou. I won't point any names, but we all know a lot of these organizations. And so I was sitting with my team this summer, and I was thinking to myself, well, what in the world do we do as a company, as a brand, as creatives, to show our photographers that we actually care so much more about their art and their craft? And I thought to myself, you know what it is? As someone who's won a ton of awards and been published in a ton of magazines and had my stuff on billboards, like, I always thought to myself, why doesn't Lens Baby get that? And then it hit me. And so I'm happy to announce and tell you guys that we are going to be hosting in 2026 the very first Lens Baby Awards, which we have put together 10 different categories that are also going to come with actual trophies, not just some blog post, but actual trophies. We're going to host an online awards ceremony very similar to this. And the best part about all of this is it's only Lens Baby. You shoot a regular lens, you're not included. So great things are coming. Huge announcement that I get to share with you guys today. 10 categories, 10 awards, actual physical trophies. The trophies that we have coming are very, very cool. So I'm excited to be able to share that with you guys. That announcement's coming very soon. We're going to have submissions begin in the next couple of weeks. And then we are going to be having the awards ceremony right towards the end of the first quarter of the year. So very excited about this. This is one of the things that I've been looking forward to the most. More information to come. Nobody knows anything about it except me and my team. So please don't email Lens Baby asking us what's going on. You will know as soon as we put it out, which is coming very soon. That said, one more time, if you guys please just give yourself a round of applause for our amazing speakers and panelists today. Remember the discount code for your $35 gift card. It's only good today. This is a special discount that we were doing just for you guys who are attending, who are showing up. And I just want you to know that it means the world to us that we get to serve you at this level, that we get to showcase these amazing photographers, that we get to learn together, and most importantly, build our community. And so, guys, one more time, just thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. I'm going to throw up one more final countdown timer because this is going to have the code on it. And with that, my friends, have an amazing holiday. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And until next time, my friends, shoot extraordinary. We'll see you very soon. Have a great day.
you.